cash now. If it ain't me, it's bad, bad. Stack my dough and back bread. I'm on the road like bad gas. Gas by the assets. I pass off your fact checks. I pay no mind, I'm way too busy getting cash checks. That's just a facet, and you can't make the fame last. I need a whistle to official to be in your game plan. No shot, cause I'm always in range.
So What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just got done with EU, but now it's NA's turn. That's right. We want some action. We want some high elim games, and that's what we're here to see. Now, it's just not me and you. We're going to hang out with some other of our friends. It's Kelly, it's Vivid, our analyst here in North America. Guys, this is a very big week for the competition because this is the last week. We have opportunity to try and make it to a couple weeks from now's upper and lower bracket of the semifinals. How are you guys feeling it coming into the competition today?
I am nervous, Zeke. And yeah, like you mentioned, right? Me and Kelly were kind of talking about this last weekend, how, gosh, Major 2, there's so much pressure, right? You don't really want to go into Major number 3 if you want to be one of those teams qualifying to globals. So doing it now would be huge. And gosh, Kelly, we forgot to even think about the scary times it may be from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 2. If you don't have enough points to make that top 255 to make it to heats, I'd be nervous.
Yeah, there's definitely like two different groups of players that we're looking at. It's the duos that had a pretty good performance last week, but they're looking to solidify their spot in the upper bracket where you could make your way straight into the finals for the semifinals. And of course, with it being NA Central, we had a little bit of snakening in between weeks 1 and 2. So we have some fresh duos coming your way that are looking to get any series points to be able to make it into the semifinals.
Yeah, this was quite a week. This was quite a week for us here in NA. Now, as we kind of get ready to talk about the day as a whole, why don't we kind of begin with the Berry Fizz and kind of the impact it's had on rotations. We've seen this kind of be a lower mobility meta than we're somewhat used to, right? And so I kind of wanted to tee in and see kind of how players are maybe looking to make rotations and how the Berry might impact that.
Yeah, exactly, right? We've been watching so many end games between last weekend. We'll watch a lot more this weekend. So what in the heck are these teams doing throughout some of these end games to actually make it through them consistently and actually do well? And like Zeke was mentioning right there, the first item on the list that we need to talk about is kind of like the savior of the meta, one would say, is that Berry Fizz bottle. So good. Not only does it provide shield, Kelly, but providing that little bit of a zero gravity effect. And as you can see here, Bugha and Adra is using it very, very well. But I just wanted to kind of point out what teams are usually doing, right? What's the standard? They're going to pop that Berry Fizz, make it about halfway through their rotate, and then just like Bugha and Adris will do right now, they're going to take a pause, make sure to reapply that Fizz, and then continue on.
And I love that they can start from this incredible high ground right here and have no worry of dropping to the low ground. And we know with how height steals happen, especially in these open qualifiers where everyone is just fighting for height, you need that opportunity to be able to kind of drop down to the lower layers. And sometimes it doesn't work out, but for Bugha, that wasn't too much of an issue as we saw from his performance last week.
Okay. So this thing is very versatile, right? The Berry Fizz is not just there's not just this way to use it. We've actually even seen duos look to use it while navigating their own lair, which I think is like a really cool little tech thing you can do.
Yeah, so I wanted to take a look at how one team was kind of using the Berry Fizz. Honestly, it's been my favorite strategy that I have seen any of the teams kind of do throughout the week so far, and that's just going to be the simple old put a floor above you and below you and go ahead and bounce around to go ahead and continuously kind of reset your momentum, right? You're not using so many mats while you're doing this either, so it's really, really worth it. But then Kelly, you know, we saw Booga and Agers, or Booga specifically, right, kind of making a mistake. Some of these teams kind of get trapped into how good the Berry Fizz actually is. When you're jumping through the air like that, you are extremely vulnerable, but doing something like we just saw Regs and Skittle do in that example right there, where they're kind of bouncing, they're a lot more safe.
Yeah, and you know, efficiency is the name of the game, especially when it comes to endgame there and saving up your mats. So by having that strategy, they're able to save up the materials, and also saving a slot in their loadout is kind of overlooked a little bit. The Berry Fizz not only gives you mobility, but it also gives you heals, and I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. We do still have a little bit of a heal off meta going into these open qualifiers, so the Berry Fizz just provides so much, and only one slot in your loadout.
Okay, so it's good and it helps us be versatile and make rotations. Okay, but do we always need to take it, right? Because there's players out there like Kanata that's like, hey, I don't need Berry if I'm just rolling around in the low ground.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Zay. I'm not going to lie. I think you 100% need to take it. I think for some of the rotations this season, it is without a doubt necessary. But I think some teams kind of get trapped in the mentality that they always need to use it. I was looking through some of the VODs. I was trying to find teams who, you know, weren't necessarily making mistakes with the Berry Fizz, and who other than Kanata and Cooper, global FNCS champion, and Cooper right there, and then Kanata won to make every single FNCS grand final so far. The experience for this duo is there, but the cool thing for me, Kelly, was that they weren't using Berry Fizz, right? They had it in their inventory. They could have used it if they wanted to, but they resorted to the good old just walk. Just go ahead and walk. It's really not that bad, and some of these rotates actually calls for it, so it's good to see them be versatile in that sense.
Well, we definitely know how chaotic the low ground can be, and it is only so much more chaotic if you have zero ground going on. So if you're looking to control the low ground and grab as many eliminations, having the Berry zero gravity might actually be a little bit of a detriment to you. So we saw from Cooper and Kanata, it's not always necessary.
Okay, so we've established the thing is good. So at what point in the game does this thing become like, okay, we don't need it anymore? Obviously, kind of early in mid-game, it seems like it's pretty good, but is there like a point where you're like, okay, this thing has served its usefulness now on like 3 med kits or splashes or something else?
Yeah, I think Kelly would want to answer this one. She was already talking about those healers, right? If you're in the end game and you can drop it for some med kits or floppers, I'd do that.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Good stuff. It's not just us who will be hanging out with you guys today. We also have our casters. Let's get their thoughts on today. It's MDF and the best taco.
Thank you so very much, Zeke, and that's right. It wouldn't be NA and a fun week of NA if there wasn't a lot going on. Taco, take me through some of your thoughts and what we're going to be looking out for.
Oh, look, it is absolutely crazy right now in North America, Monster. You've got Noxy and Crisp, Dukes and Miro, Quanti and Byla, Chubbs and Aviv. Those are the 4 new duos, and the best part is that they were once all intermingling with each other, and I just cannot believe that mid-FNCS we are about to witness the likes of 3 out of these 4 teams that are actually going to be looking to land at the exact same draw spot over by Classy Courts, just east of it, in between one of the 2 bigger landmarks. I think it's kind of surprising, because if Noxy and Crisp, along with Dukes and Miro and Quani and Byla, essentially all managed to qual through this rolling lobby format, we are looking at 3 teams that could potentially be looking to clash at that exact same drop in the semi bracket. Yeah.
And it does seem a little personal as well, so we'll be looking out for that all throughout the games today. And for us, Zeke, that is really the temperature check here from the desk.
Thank you guys so much. We'll be back with you shortly as we prepare for games. We wanted to take a minute here and talk about, let me look at the script real fast. Oh, I see, Clicks and Epic Whale. That's crazy.
Aww.
Last week, they ended in that #1 spot, 394 points to their name, 23 points ahead of the duo in second place. Now, obviously, they had a very strong week last week, so what can we expect from them today?
Well, their strength came from their placement points. They had an absolutely incredible run. You can see from this graphic vivid, 2 victory royales, but for me, it was that average placement. I think their worst game that they have was 25th, but they placed top 4 in 5 of their 7 games.
Yeah, Clicks and Epic Whale got a statement to make. And honestly, Kelly, I think the thing that everybody kind of wants to see happen is them outplace their Major 1 performance in Grand Finals of 4th place. And, Kelly, between these 2 weeks, I think they're looking pretty strong.
If they performed how they did last week, then without a doubt, I think they can at least match it. But where does that top performance come from? We've seen them have incredible runs, especially in the last major, but that last week was absolutely incredible. And of course, that all starts with Lavish Layer, their POI. A lot of people are kind of looking towards these new POIs that have these medallions, but Lavish Layer has something that a few other POIs don't have, and that, of course, is the bunkers near them. But before they get to the bunkers, of course, we can see Clicks and Epic Whale always going for the high ground, landing for this upper level of the mansion. And from there, as they rotate down, if they're contested, they're going to be able to kind of control the angles, control the pacing of the game. And what we saw last week, they were frequently contested, but where they weren't contested, Vivid, was these bunkers. They seemed to just be able to, or if they were contested, they just bullied players away.
First, I must say, I love the commitment from this duo, right? Like you mentioned, no medallions over here, but there used to be one, right? So like last major was like, oh, they're going for the strongest things that can be on the map. And, even though they lost that medallion, still going with the familiar job spot. So love that out of them. But yeah, finding those bunkers, I mean, if you can find them consistently, they are extremely strong. You get so much loot, so much gold. And then the preference in modding your weapons, they're so good.
Oh, yeah, and that's what we saw over and over again from Clicks and Epic Whale. They were constantly modding out their weapons, full modding out, and that allowed them to have an incredible mid-game.
Okay, but surely they can't get every bunker, or they don't always spawn. So, like, what happens when they don't get one of those bunkers?
Well, I mean, I think 6 out of the 7 games they played, they did get a bunker. And then the one time that they didn't get a bunker, they knew that they needed to prioritize a mid-game objective to just give themselves a little bit. And there is another mod bench. Well, that would be over in Rift Island. And I love the way that these two kind of went for the engagement on Rift Island here. Epic Whale going a little bit first, entering the engagement. Clicks following up, actually taking shots on other duos that were trying to zip line up here. And Vivid, this fight right here, if you watched it from Clicks' POV, he is losing his mind.
I love that for him, right? Getting excited during some of these competitions is what Clicks is all about. But honestly, right, we gotta remember the rise of Clicks, the box fight king, right? He was emerging as this young star who was just the best at it. And then to actually see those skill sets applied in an FNCS, that's what we love to see him at his best.
I think for me, one of the things I love about the duo is they've really changed and really evolved their gameplay, even from just last major, right?
Yeah.
But they kind of had these problems with trying to take height. But this major, they've looked really, really good.
Yeah, and a lot of that is just like you were saying, it's the evolution of this duo. Vivid and I, so many times in the last major, would question, why are they going for height so early? Why are they doing it so aggressively? And we are effectively watching a new duo this major. The patience that they have and the control that they have when they do slowly start to creep up and take height allows them to have better heals towards the end, more mats so that they can hold it once they finally claim it.
And that's the thing I love about this game right here. Watching this back, taking it in 10th zone, that's like 2 zones later than we were used to seeing. And they would always run out of mats, Kelly, every single time. But the cool thing for me right there as well is when they actually went for height in 10th zone, only 1 elimination, which means only 1 refresh, and they still had plenty of builds to fight for height. So like you mentioned, definitely a big change from last major to this one. And Zeke, maybe, just maybe, we'll see them win this one.
I'm sure they would love that. And of course, every Clicks and Epic Whale fan out there would love it as well. I would too. Why don't we take a look at our series point leaderboard? So if you've just been tuning in, maybe not been keeping up with things, basically we're playing for 2 weeks. We've got a series of lobbies all kind of going on at the same time. And then based on where the players end on the day, they'll get points. So last week, as we kind of pointed out, Clicks and Epic Whale, they ended in first place. They walked away with 625 series points. So this week, specifically, because we've only had 2 weeks, if a duo is not sitting in that top 50, they're not going to go into the upper bracket. They'll move to the lower bracket. And even for some duos at the very, very edge, they're just hoping to make enough to keep that FNCS dream alive and stay in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly, right? You got to go ahead and clutch up. And, if you're one a team that actually made round 4 last week and you did this week, a lot of catching up to do as well to make sure you kind of can make it into that lower bracket as well. You know, Kelly, we're just kind of talking about, winning an FNCS. Gosh, there were so many names on that list that were already high up on the series point leaderboard, like Acorn and Cold. We had Booga, Ages, right? There's a lot of strong duos this season, and I'm excited to see what they got during round 4 right here during Qualifier 2.
And I mean, there's a lot of new duos that we need to see kind of perform crazy, especially when I look at what Taco was talking about with Miro and Dukes, Chubbs and Aviv. These players are essentially going to have to get a top 10 performance if they want to make it into the upper bracket, and still an incredible play today if they want to make it into the lower. But I love that you're bringing up a duo like Acorn and Cold that's already qualified to the global championships, or a duo like Clicks and Epic Whale who are definitely making it into the upper bracket. I love to see consistency with these teams. I love to see snowballing. I think that is way better than just having one pop-off week and then you kind of perform a little weaker. I would love to see both of those duos as well, kind of coming strong out of the gate, not resting on their laurels just because they've already qualified.
Okay.
I think that's actually a really good point, right? Because Acorn and Cold are already in, they can kind of just look to gatekeep, right? If they wanted to say, hey, we're just suddenly landing here, we're going to try and stop this other duo, whoever that is, from doing anything, they could just look to do that. They're already going to globals, but there's also more spots on the line here in Major too. So there's kind of like this give and take, this ebb and flow that could be really spicy.
Yeah, but so, we're already talking about how grand finals are going to pan out. We still got to get through Qualifier 2 right now. We've got heats coming up. Teams need to clutch up this week.
Yeah, I'm ready for the game, Zeke.
Listen, I know sometimes I just get too excited talking about Fortnite. Okay, that's on me. But you know what? We're here for some Fortnite. We're here for some high impact elimination games. That's what you want. That's what we want. So let's get into it. Let's send it on over to our casters to kick off the competition with Monster D-Face and the best Taco.
Absolutely. I'm feeling the same way. I think we are going to be in for some high impact games, some serious competition here this weekend as we're getting closer and closer to solidifying the amount of series points you can score.
Yeah, and when you really break it all down, MDF, it's that upper bracket in semis that just is a substantially easier trajectory in terms of qualing right into grands. You just have numerous chances in comparison to being in that semis lower bracket, and yet here we are today. So many teams just looking to even try and confirm a place inside of the semis lower bracket, and that's a lot of pressure that can be put on the nerves.
Yeah, and we have some special appearances as well. So hopefully as we start to cover all the action here, we'll see some of those familiar faces jump in and out. But Taka, I really want to zone in on some of the teams we highlight leading up here. I do think that is the story of the kickoff right now, is we have some competition that is broken apart, right? We have duos that have now broken apart and new duos forming together. What do you think the odds are at some new duos coming in and basically having this one chance to perform well?
It could be a prime opportunity. I think Quanti and Byla had a particularly impressive week during opens to even making it through here today in round 4. They were probably the only new duo that came together from that 4-team shakeup that actually had a better performance. But again, it's going to depend on where their placement actually winds up here in week 2, because at least in week 1, Quanti and Chubbs, they actually finished in 24th. And I think another team from that 4 shakeups that I really want to keep an eye on is Miro and Dukes. And we'll get a chance potentially to see how they're doing today. But for right now, it's lobby number 1 that we're heading into.
Well, here it is. The first match of qualifier number 2 is off to a hot start here. We'll get to see how the new shakeups, the new teams that have formed together get to play out. We'll get to see how and who gets to step up, of course, to that podium end game finish. Who's going to make their way up towards the upper brackets. The action is already very much in motion as this game has a couple of players already taxed out and sent back to the lobby. It's Chaos Gaming, though, who's on the spotlight right here, going up against Braids and Visuals, who are on the defensive.
Doesn't seem like they have any indication. Well, now they will, as Chaos trying to get aggressive with the side flank, but again, Visuals doing an excellent job alongside his duo Braids to just create a little bit of space here, kind of keep Chaos at bay for just a little while longer. It at least permitted Visuals a chance to regen some white heals. Braids, though, still having to go straight back to the defensive, try and hide behind his wall for the time being, but Trow, nice hook shot around the wall. It's going to bring Visuals down real low, and it almost feels like a delay of the inevitable, but Visuals, he's the first to fall. A clean knock there from Trow. Now Chaos Gaming, a little bit on the ropes, but again, a clean 2-piece elimination side by side here for Chaos and Trow. They're going to be one of the first teams to strike here today.
Yeah, great pickup, but you might have Bacon and TK sliding on in. Off in the distance here, Bucky and Okus are likely also hearing the battles that are going on. And don't forget, everyone here at the Grim Gate does, of course, gain access to these dash ability, right? This underworld dash, which gives you all of the advantage in the world. We saw this executed so wonderfully well against teams that understand how to essentially battle with it, right? Use it in an offensive way, not just a defensive way, but when used on offense, it can be such an advantage, especially if you have the unlimited basically from the medallion. But speaking about TK and company, we knew they were going to jump in. We knew they were going to take the fight. It does look like the team has their back against the wall. Chaos Gaming might be the first to get picked up here as Fierce Trout was backed way off there. There
Just
goes a
no
free tag.
Yeah, not a real opportunity. Chaos just did not get a chance to recover. Same circumstance for Trout, just incredibly low, forced to fully retreat. But TK and Bacon, they might even choose to pursue Trout, just look for another easy elimination. They know that Trout's likely shambles after having just come clean off of an early engagement. But even if your time to elimination is quick, MDF, you should always anticipate that third party scooping in.
Yeah, you never really know what's going to happen, especially in these pretty much early to mid-game looting paths. But got a little bit of a highlight here from Miles and Snevy. Let's see how it's going to play out. Miles to swing around onto Baby Yaga. It's going to be a quick and clean pickup up out of the Pleasant. Well played for him. And now we have a bit of an ambush potentially coming down from Macwood and Blake. So it does seem to be the story of the game right now. Early game, duos rotating, getting in position, and likely taking advantage of teams that are initiating battles.
You can see Crayon and Watton just trying to create space. They don't want anything to do with Macwood and Blake. They can tell this is a duo in a far better situation than us, but too little too late. Blake's gonna be able to find the knock. Now the full elimination. Reboot card potentially up for grabs if Watton gets a chance to circle back around, but as far as Blake and Macwood are concerned, just a nice confirmation on the elimination. Helps them with their surge strategy throughout the development of this lobby.
Meanwhile, Snevy putting that water bending to good use right here. We have seen a bit of a rise, I would say, in some of the mythic selections that are available right now in competitive, as there is a lot of strength. You can find yourself in a prime position to take advantage of what they're capable of. Meanwhile, Miles and Snevy are way behind. If you find yourself in a type of situation like this as a Fortnite player, you really do have to somewhat take several steps back, get your loot together, start farming your material, and essentially start preparing for what will be a mid to end game. Otherwise, you'll be way behind. Here we get to jump in with D-Roller and Crackley. A little bit of an update to what's happening here. No eliminations just yet, and D-Roller not quite focusing in on the duel that's pushing. Here we go.
Just a couple of ramps from Fishy, but the Roller tagged up a little bit. Nothing to really be too concerned about just yet. The real question is, where is Crackley through all of this? As you can see, a little bit more of that side angle approach, trying to see if he can maybe apply some pressure on a different line of sight. Does get a successful tag onto Pi, so for now, quick drawback. But Pi, Fishy, one more time. Looking to see if they can apply a little bit more damage here, and same mentality for Crackley and Roller. But again, Crackley just creating a little bit of space, looking to farm up some more mats. And now Arx Fishy kind of lurking, just keeping tabs on where Roller and his duo are actually falling back to. And it doesn't seem as though they're all that interested in trying to keep that engagement going for much longer. So Roller and Crackley, they're definitely going to be able to walk away from Snooty Steps for the time being, and with a couple of tags in tow, I mean, that's some Sturge. Again, that's the primary thing that all of these duos are looking for right now, because you want to be able to establish your surge really well early on. That way your mid game can be a lot more prioritization around your positioning and setting up for the late.
You can see a bit of a different situation on hand for a team like Edgy and Tavern, who already have damage and eliminations. They're looking to upgrade their weapon and their arsenals. They're playing the outskirts here, not looking to engage into any team they don't have to. But for Dragon and Popping Blast, complete different story. This is a W key completely enabled right now as they have 4 eliminations. They're working their way towards 6 right now. Great tag there to kick things off onto this duo, and they already had the advantage, mind you. But it's not looking good for the young Dave Goggins here. Hard work and determination can get you so far, but let's see what his Fortnite skills are looking like.
Dragon does get tagged up a little bit here. Fabio force him to reconsider, but still top-down approach is the intent here, as now Davey Goggins is gonna have to watch his duo get knocked. Fabio just full-on eliminated alongside his teammate Davey Goggins. So Dragon, Poppy Blast, definitely pretty happy to have control now of Lavish Lair. Ample amounts of loot here, as Kelly so kindly pointed out on the analyst desk, even though it was more in reference towards Clix and Epic. Well, again, Clix and Epic, they're not the only team that recognizes just what kind of resources are available at Lavish Lair. Despite it not having a medallion, there are features surrounding it and within that POI that make it a pretty prime spot to land at.
Yeah, and you know, teams like that can have their work cut out for them, especially if your opponents end up in the same lobby as you, right? A team that picks up 6 eliminations in any one of these types of settings is no duo to overlook at, but Source seems to have clutched up on behalf of Day. Day was knocked in this exchange, but Source picks up the 2-piece for the clutch. You saw the initial kickoff, and then the relentless hunt to finish off Necro there allows him to win the battle there. Can he save Day to get him back in the game is the question. Jump in with Okus and Bucky for a little update. From center map, now off to rotate on into the later stages. I saw, though, in the feed there, it looks like Blake was knocked and eliminated in the feed there, Tacos, so not looking too hot possibly for his duo, Macwood.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to consider Blake and Macwood, they at least qual through to round 4 in week 1. So series points definitely looking pretty solid for that duo. Source and Day, on the other hand, they missed out in week number 1. They didn't actually qual through to round 4. So seeing Source clutch up in that kind of solo position, that could be a huge confidence boost, a nice momentum swing, something that that duo is definitely in need of. And I know it's super early on in the day to be calling this MDF, but they need a pretty big performance here today if they want to try and lock in that lower bracket inside of semis, even better still uppers. But again, you're looking at like a top 10 placement for teams that missed week 1 if they want to try and lock in the upper bracket. So semi's a lot more realistic for the lower bracket side.
Yeah, and coming into this situation, we did get a little bit of a glimpse at what those series leaderboards are looking for. And I mean, the points are ranging. On the high end, you have around 650, but the average of the teams within the top 10 is closer to 500 points, right? So you're gonna need at least that and then some in order to really solidify yourself a spot and push out anyone who, of course, made that week 1 and earned themselves a healthy amount.
Kind of amazed to see how long some of these teams stuck around at Pleasant Piazza. It's not really a POI that strikes me as a multi-team split. So the loot here, looking a little tough for Dolzier and Ishao. They definitely want to find another engagement relatively soon. You can see they're trying to get the rotate in early, maybe try and find some prime positioning on edge of zone to take advantage of eliminating a duo and hoping that they have the materials and resources necessary to carry them through the mid and late game.
Let's jump in now with Ritual and Reet. This is like a Season 1 favorite right here, if you remember. So far, they have a lot to prove. Great initiation here from Ritual. Had he had that sniper shot with the follow-up, it might have been a full finish.
Some clean tracking, though.
Yeah, they're going to be content with the tags there.
Also, just forces their opposition to pause a little bit shy of them. So now, Ritual, Reet, they could even possibly look to turn back one more time and just kind of lock that team further on the edge of zone, make them take a little bit of those early storm takes, but mostly just controlling their positioning because of the way that Ritual was able to apply some pressure off that Warforged assault rifle.
Well, the damage is there. It seems like Ritual and Reet did decide to turn back, but no, Reet gets caught in the crossfire here, and the exchange is not good. Ritual does have the health advantage right now over Young Watson, but Watson has plenty of heals, and the more time he gets here, the less likely it is. Looking like an easy elimination for someone like Ritual, and look, he has full control of these catacombs as well. So tough spot to be in right now if you're Ritual. I'm sure he's grabbed the card and gotten out. Yep, tournament life means a lot more than pride and ego here for the elimination. So I like the call to disengage. I like the immediate reaction, if you will, to get right back to the save, because this was super important for them.
For sure, and it's actually Watton wanted a little bit of revenge here. That was a nice sniper shot as well, but big ups to Ritual for scrambling there and managing to at least get the trade, because bringing Reet back into this match, being able to confirm even picking up Reet's reboot card in the first place is huge. But from what it's looking like, MDF, the loot's in a little bit of a tough position. Bucky and Okus, though, they're looking to actually take full advantage of Source, who actually did get the reboot off on today, but now still fighting for their tournament lives here.
You see the map tells the story in its own. Isolation up at the north side. Source and Day were playing this outskirt here, trying to get their loadout together, trying to avoid conflict as they already had 2 eliminations, but seems like the story is completely different for Bucky and Okus, who likely felt the pressure of the late game coming around and said, hey, this is a fight we should take here, especially since Day was saved and picked up a little bit late. So if they had that additional information, you have to assume they have all the advantage, and so far it's a pretty, I would say, even exchange between Bucky and Okus. Yeah, look, they're content with the damage they've done. They back off here.
May have also spotted out that there were some additional footprints kind of lurking around. TK and Bacon directly underneath Day and Source's box right now, and I'm almost wondering if Source getting the reboot off on today might have been the bat signal for everybody else hearing the audio cue for that reboot van, which might have drawn the attention of the likes of Bucky and Okus, Bacon and TK, and also just the fact that the zone just pulling a little bit more towards this northern side of the map. But the action is definitely jam-packed here at Rebels Roost, and Day and Source, they don't seem like they're in any sort of hurry to try and leave their current position, but almost wondering if they have the same indication that Bucky and Okus seem to gather from the odds of TK and Bacon lurking nearby.
Yeah, Day and Source seem more, if anything, cautious of what could be an ambush waiting outside of this base. I'm willing to bet they don't know this team's underneath them. And notice TK and Bacon do have the Underworld dash there too, so they do have a slight advantage should the fight kick off here. No, nothing is going to come as far as an engagement's concerned, but hey, they get to farm up a little bit more here. I didn't even realize you can use the Hades chain like that to go ahead and fish
It's pretty
out.
effective.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
But I'll tell you what's not ideal. Several different teams. Noxy on the receiving end of a massive shot here. Day and Source, they're going to be the ones applying all the pressure in the world. Noxy's going to be the first to fall. Is now Day. Side jump, wrap around, but again, creating a cone over his head. Ramp just in time, but Chris still connects with a decent amount of damage. But again, Chris fighting to try and keep the dream alive here in this first lobby. And it's actually going to force Day to go full defensive here. Crisp able to create just enough space, picks up shield potion as well, so he might actually have an opportunity here to reach max 200 HP, but one more time, PK Bacon, they're just getting all these cues in the world of the action that's taking place, and Bacon doesn't want to sit around any longer. He's ready to strike.
Yeah, he caught a couple tags onto Source and he dashes right in. It couldn't be a better timed engagement for TK and Bacon, because there's a lot of points to be had here, and they desperately seem like they need a refresh. They need a pickup. They don't have a lot of materials, so between Day and Source, likely dragging out a battle between them has set them way off par, off course, if you will. They need a refresh right now. But no, they lose the momentum. They allow the teams to kind of settle in, and there it is. TK and Bacon back off again, utilizing the last of their dashes to get out, and there's other teams nearby too, so this is just all types of bad right now for Crisp. We already talked about it. Crisp and Noxy, one of the fresh duos coming in right now. They cannot afford to throw games like this, let alone utilize the clock, right? Most importantly, you have more games, of course, but your time invested in this one, this is a well drawn out round.
Not only that, but Crisp also has a lot of heals. Those are some crucial resources that Day and Source would love to get their hands on, not to mention the material count, like you already pointed out. Crisp just burning through builds, trying to create a little bit of space here. Chris does get some damage applied onto Source, but too little too late. Day with the quick backup to ensure that his duo doesn't get taken out. And now one more time, Source, Day, they're looking to keep standing.
Meanwhile, things settling down here on the south side. The zone's been revealed. It's pulling pretty far down, and you can see teams beginning to congest their way onto the outskirts. A lot of new names, a lot of new faces popping in right now. Here's Easy and Shark at Rebel's Roost, about as far as you can be. We already know they're holding down a team. They're listening in for the setup right now, and that could be Day and company coming in from the zone right now, all late and whatnot. But no, it's a completely different team. Okay, this is Willer's.
There's just so much sneak strategy being employed by so many different teams. Just a lot of crouching around the map, kind of trying to see if they can bamboozle some other teams or third party at optimal times. But again, with the way that the damage threshold fluctuated so rapidly for Shark and his teammate, almost makes you wonder how consistent their surge strategy has actually been throughout the course of this lobby. Jack and Cease definitely have their surge amply filled here, 470 above. And with the surge tower, something that's not necessarily as common here in Major 2, but it's still a handful of teams opting to try and employ these huge monuments. And if you have decent positioning with it, I could definitely see the appeal, because right here on the skirts of Underworld, you know there's going to be a lot of teams rotating in from that northern side of the map as well. And Cease and Jack that might have drawn the wrong sort of attention.
Look at this though. Picked up by Ritual, so we know that was coming straight from the storm there, and it cost them a lot. Luckily though, it is going to favor this eastern side where Reet and Ritual were coming out from the storm's edge. Just ever so above the surge, even with only a singular elimination, so they're not quite safe. They could, for all we know, be the one team above it. It's very small threshold, not a lot of buffer room to work with here.
And even if you don't consider the lack of heals or shields for Reet, it's the ammo as well. Doesn't really have a whole lot of ammunition to try and take any sort of long range, mid range, or short range combat box fights. He's got to be really tactical in his approach alongside Ritual, and they definitely need a refresh ASAP. Otherwise, things could get even worse than how this lobby initially started for the two. So many teams, though, playing above the river of sticks. Underworld dashes. T-Sync gonna unfortunately find himself in the box of another duo, and that will be the end of his run here in this lobby. But Day and Source, one more time, posted up in a decent position, but they've got to be careful with all these duos surrounding them. I can imagine that some team's gonna get desperate with their surge and possibly look to jump into their box.
Hello to this guy, Happy Gamer, in the water. He thought he was slick, he thought he was low-key, but no. Spotted out by Zeus and Pikes. They needed this, but a team dashes right in, and that's the danger of the zone pulling towards the Grim Gate. Now everyone has the advantage of offense in their favor. Should they just take a little dip in the water here? And just like that, that's what happens. You cannot have weakened walls. You cannot have open spaces between yourself and the protection around you. A team can easily dash in and do it for free of charge because the river is right here.
Just so hard to prevent that, though, because even if you're trying to hold the wall, 9 times out of 10, that Underworld dash is going to forcibly get a player into your box regardless, or vice versa.
Look at that.
I mean, how many times have we seen teams opting to save those dashes to make rotates just like that from picks? And again, for a time they can hold some materials, but it's Bucky and Okus who have that aspect of agility They were the victors of the Cerberus Medallion here at Grimgate, and now they're right back on home turf, essentially. Berry Fizz, and immediately just catapulting themselves to front side of next zone. Now able to look back and apply a ton of suppressive fire if they so choose, but it seems as though just establishing their position on the high ground is optimal enough for now.
Yeah, I like the spot that they found themselves in. I think that's definitely gonna lend themselves to a pretty strong endgame finish right here, but Ritual find the refresh they need. The mats are looking fantastic now. The heals not so much, but they are very much back in the game. Let's not count out the fact that bananas are just busted, so they'll be able to get right back into things, but no! We blink, and all of a sudden, Source and Day land right on top of Ritual and Reet. Or was it just Ritual? I can't tell.
It was just Ritual.
Reet did get out. Oh my gosh.
Still, from rags to riches is the storyline here in this first lobby as far as Source and Day are concerned. Whether or not they can keep confirming solid refreshes like that, which they just found onto Ritual, is another question entirely, but look at height. Bucky, Okus again, all the way up top. Meanwhile, mid-ground warriors, you've got Tavern and Edgy. They might be the next to try to tango with Day and Source, but they got to be wary. The team on height, Okus ramping all the way up. He's definitely trying to just make sure that he's staying ahead of the zone and doing an excellent job at it. But Reet right behind, coming onto that secondary height layer, could cause problems though if Bucky catches wind of where he's at.
Yeah, Reet's just ratting his way through at this point. He's like, oh, big base, a lot to work with. But now all of a sudden he sees another team contesting height. He wants nothing to do with that. A little too chaotic for him, but should be able to hold things out for a little bit longer. If he times it correctly, he could jump in right when it's right. And yeah, look, he's third to height, so placement is the name of the game for him at the moment. Since it's doubling back over these old builds, there is a lot going on here, a lot to work through, a lot to fight through as well. If these are not your builds, and Source is seeing the bulk of just that. Stormwing heavily on him. He needs to get a heal in right here if possible, but I'm gonna rotate first. I like this. Goes to the ultimate low ground, but it's out of heavy maps. Pretty tough spot to be in now. Jumping in with Reet. Still on the hunt right now, almost top 15.
Reet's just looking for an opportunity, hoping that he can find another solo isolated or a duo that splits up just enough for him to take full advantage of it. Bacon and TK, meanwhile, Flopper gonna be exchanged, but no shields available for Bacon currently. It's gonna be Berry Fizz in hand from TK, that will provide just a little bit of shield, but again, they know that they've got to keep the move going, but Tavern spotted out. Clean elimination. That's a nice refresh for Bacon and TK to pick up, but it's being able to maintain this pacing, tarping through these old builds, MDF, that you just pointed out. It's causing so many issues. Reet took a chance, tried to strike, but forced to retreat instead. Won't even be able to maintain pace with the zone pool. Finds himself getting eliminated to the zone ticks.
Not bad though, picks up an extra 10 placements as a solo there. Still a big performance nonetheless, but top 10, top 5 is really the sweet spot. You want to start inching your way towards. You jump back in with Bacon and TK, the team that's been ratting from position to position. They came into this endgame with a very scrappy build set and somehow has managed to continue to find just enough from zone to zone to stay in the game. And the Elim's starting to add up here. Talk about Elim's racking up. Commander and Kaizen, how are they doing? They're at 8 right now, pumping through the lobby here, and a top 10 in store. Edgy has a solo. It's gonna shut down Ishu before he falls here. And now we're in a top 5 situation.
And Commander and Kaizen starting to understand why they've got such a high elimination count built up. Just clearing out the mid-ground layers, playing one above ultimate low ground. But Bucky, Okus, they were trying to control height. Instead, they get overtaken higher, and Playify now fully in control of height. They don't have many materials left to work with though. Builds running so drastically low. Same could be said for Bacon and TK on the other hand, but they're still trying to hold out. So many heals available for Bacon. He could just look for the heal off, and that does seem to be the intent. Playify trying to play a little bit of disruptor, but he's not going to be able to find Bacon. And Bacon, we saw he had 5 medkits, a couple of floppers. If Playify can't find him, then nobody will. Higher doing what he can to try and keep things going, but it's just simple math, MDF.
Yeah, he's got the heals. I don't think the other teams have enough to work with, but for all we know, they just might. Hire's going down. He's going to at least find elimination. Hey, those points are worth something. Even in the end there, it's going to be Commander and Kaizen who end up winning this. And quite honestly, I thought it would have been Qualifier and company. The way they played second height and took their time through that end game, it should have been theirs. But congratulations to Kaizen and Commander there.
Commander honestly getting a bit paled out by that third-party interference. Unfortunate stuff for TK and Bacon, but at the same time, when you have one of the leftover remnants, 4 floppers, 3 medkits, and Commander just did an excellent job holding on to them, making sure to keep a spread enough position that couldn't be threatened. So the Victory Royale belongs to them, but as for everything else, we've got Zeke the Analyst to break it all down.
Commander and Kaizen kick off this competition, going to the heal off, managing the resources correctly, get themselves that much coveted victory royale. As the casters kind of pointed out, just kind of going into that situation and knowing exactly where you want to be, like, you might as well treat this like a finals, right? You can't be that close to the people up above you, because remember, if they're using the markers, they're like, hey, someone's healing down below. I know where to just track them down. It's not that difficult. But for Commander, he's like, hey, look, I got all the heals I need. It's fine. Just trust me. Victory Royale, tons of points to hit the standings, and that could make a very big difference, especially coming into today.
Yeah, Kelly, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, right? Heal-ups are definitely still a thing in this meta. Commander definitely had enough heals to go ahead and compete, but I don't know if anybody forgot, Bacon had like 6 medkits, 3 floppers of his own, and Hire just completely spoiled the win there. As you can see there, Commander was actually out of heals somehow, so I'm pretty sure Bacon was going to win that game. Hire had something else to say about it, though, and Commander comes out on top.
And coming out with 9 eliminations as well. We heard Taco talking about at the end of the game there. They were staring at that like second low ground layer, and they were just clearing out the lobby from the low ground. And that's why staying on the extreme low can be a little bit scary, because those teams just above you have such great control and great angles. And then of course you have the high ground that everyone's just kind of fussing over. So they were in the prime position to not only get eliminations, but also the Victory Royale as well. That is a good start to round 4 of Qualifier 2.
Yeah, again, Bacon would have walked away with it, right? But again, Hire was just like, nah, I'm tracking you down, friend. I'm going to eliminate you, and Commander will be the one to profit. We actually had a really cool moment here from this last game. From actually Kelly's favorite duo of all time. It's Reet and Ritual, I'm getting word. That's crazy. Kelly, why don't we take it? Me? Yes, Kelly, you. Apparently, these guys had a very strong showing here in the first game of the day. Let's take a look and break this down.
Yeah, I mean, Reet and Ritual playing the way that we always know them to go, and it's such a nice change for them to kind of play a little bit more passively. However, that always can be a little bit of a double-edged sword here, having low eliminations, but Reet holding out strong. You can see that Ritual actually goes down around 21st placement right there, but he holds out until, what, 12th place, I think. So when you lose your player, the one thing you want to do is exactly how Reet played here. He played safe. If you actually notice, he was playing on second height, but in the back of zone. A lot of these other duos were kind of focusing in the center of the zone, trying to stay in a position where they can steal height. But Reet just kind of pulled back and allowed everyone to kind of have the aggression in front of him while he just played the survive game.
Listen, Reet may have solo clutched up, right? Got a couple of points, but let's not forget Ritual clutched up earlier on in that game to actually get the reboot off as well. After Reet, of course, got that double snipe onto them during a rotate. So shout out to both of them, clutching in their own regard.
You have to. Right now is that time, because we either want to make sure we're locked in for the upper bracket or try and stay in and fight for the lower. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, we've got 3 hours here to play, so we either have duos can play 10 games within that 3 hours or just as many games as possible within the 3 hours. Right now, in that number 1 spot, 87 points tied. We've got Feline and Backtalk, and then Cam and Aminished. And that's where you can see there's a couple duos here right at the top that have these different, everyone has a Victory Royale. It's not that it's possible to get multiple, it's just there's multiple lobbies all going on. We watched Commander and Kaizen get themselves a Victory Royale, and I like that the top here, there's a lot of players with a lot of eliminations to kind of kick off that first game.
Yeah, it's good to see Muzz and Paper up there with an early Victory Royale. You know, I sent Muzz a DM last week. I was like, hey man, happy birthday. sorry we didn't get to catch you out too much on the broadcast or some of those end games. He was like, oh, well, yeah, you didn't really see us in any of the games because we made like 0 end games. And I was like, oh, okay. So it's good to see them kind of, jumping back into it this week.
I love the honesty from them, so humble. But another duo that we saw there perform last week, of course, was Clix and Epic. Well, currently in our top 10 right now, but it's pretty much all these players have only played 1 game. There is still plenty of opportunity for things to go right and things to go wrong.
Well, let's find out which goes right and wrong for this next game because it is ready. So let's just jump back all in this Fortnite action.
And we do, of course, have rolling lobby, so we'll be hopping into the action at some point or another as games are developed. And Taco, I mean, this is off to a pretty great start if you're in Ritual, right? If you're folks that are returning back, that's exactly what you want. Just want to chip away at those series points.
Yeah, and a lot of it can also come down to how consistent these teams are being throughout the course of each lobby. I mean, you heard it from Vivid. Was in paper, didn't necessarily have the greatest consistency that they would have hoped for as far as the end games were concerned, but Visuals and Braids in the last lobby that we were just watching them, not the greatest start. So the adaptation here, trying to flip it around. Meanwhile, Booga just absolutely annihilating Karma from the side angle, and Karma wants to try and escape, but you can see Agers tossing out that waterbending Mythic, applying so much pressure onto Fallen and Karma. Karma will manage to get his shield back up, but Booga just so aggressive, jumping into these players' boxes. Zero concern, knows that he's got his duo to back him up if anything goes south, but that doesn't seem the case. Karma instead just getting fully pieced up inside of his own builds. Booga will have to get the revive onto Agers, but it's just such an aggressive approach by this duo.
Jumps him up to 3 eliminations. And honestly, it wasn't even just aggression. It was just pure outplay. The fake out right here for Buddha to dive onto Fallen. He didn't even see it coming. It was likely pretty much chaos in the communications there, if I had to guess, as Booga faked as if he was pushing Karma and then turned right onto Fallen. Just exceptional play from him. Meanwhile, jumping with Noxie and Chris, this is that fresh duo we've been wanting to see how things are going to work out for. Little did they know there is a team behind them, so danger close by in all directions, really.
Yeah, like a triangle of doom. But Crisp and Noxie certainly on high alert. Situational awareness, bound to build when you're watching shots whiz by you. Just probably happy that their shields are still intact, considering how many teams are actually surrounding them towards that Lavish Lair area. But at Pleasant Piazza, Snacky and Sanito, they've already managed to secure 3 eliminations as well. And a nice body tag to boot. That sniper shot from Snacky, definitely going to let the team that they're shooting at know exactly where they're at, but the damage has already been done. The surge has already been acquired, and that seems to be really all Snacky and Sanita were after in the first place.
Yeah, and I don't even know if they really need it. They have a good amount of eliminations in comparison to some of these other duos that are trying to get situated right now. Hound and Aiden, one of those few teams that have just a little bit to work with, but again, this is what makes this Grim Gates area so beneficial. It's going to naturally attract teams here. Everyone's going to want to get a piece of the river for the road here, for the battles. You know, more often than not, you kind of save it for as long as possible. Eden and Hound is a great spot to get into right here, where they can recycle all of the stone here. Have a nice strong fortress to wait things out for a second. Meanwhile, Sprite and Shore secured the Rift Island here. 3 bananas in the inventory, so Shore's got plenty of heals right now. Hard decision to make here.
It's interesting, though, seeing the dynamic in terms of where teams are actually gathering on the map and the way that it shifts depending on who's in what lobby. And granted, again, like we've been mentioning, rolling lobby format, you never really know what teams you're going to get inside of your match. You just know that there's going to be 49 other duos aside from you to deal with, but last lobby that we were spectating, there wasn't a whole lot of action surrounding the Grim Gates area. It kind of just looked like it was only Bucky and Okus really still lurking nearby by this 4th, 5th zone point, and now you see a lot more teams accrued in this lobby. So it is interesting just to see all of these teams and their clear preferences in terms of where their loot paths are going to lead them for their surge strategy methods throughout a lobby.
I wonder what Blinds is thinking here. I was like, is this his base? Is it not? Like, why is he sizing up his own tower when you have a duo right to the side there? He was probably second guessing whether or not it was hijacked or not. But Booga and Agers clearly catch sounds there, so now they know things are occupied all around them. And not sure they're going to want to pick a fight here, as there is a lot of congestion happening at once, but that duo is split apart, so
They're far apart.
Yeah, I gotta be very careful.
Wouldn't be surprised for Booga and Agers to make a move if they happen to spot how split that duo actually was and see their teammate a little bit further south. That is more than enough room for a team like Booga and Agers to pounce on. But again, action just continuing to collect here at Grim Gate. And there are a lot of teams trying to take full advantage of these underworld dashes and just some of the natural coverage that Grim Gate can provide in the first place.
Yeah, Grim Gate pushing its way outside the zone, so T-Row and Chaos Gamer are going to have to get a move on it. Meanwhile, Booga and Agers, we talked about that player being so isolated. If they caught the info, they might have made a move on it. It does seem like they did spring right into action, but doesn't seem like they were successful just yet. Surge turns on, the damage is revealed to the lobby, and you can see just how well ahead Agers and Booga are doing it. Surely they're somewhere near the top of overall damage done this game already. That's pretty hard to beat when you already have 3 eliminations.
Stolen Milk and Cinex. Cinex trying to get a cheeky window peek onto Etzo and Atypical. Another team that is definitely not struggling for Surge by any means. 669 above, and position hold up just a little bit inside edge of zone, but again, a lot of congestion starting to really pool on this east side of the zone. Just prime opportunities here for Stolen Milk and Cinex to try and gather either additional tags or just eliminations in general. You can never stockpile your resources enough.
Ooh, Skittle HD gonna be taken down there to the hands of H-Cube, and Croup Classic jump into the fight here. This is a melting pot worth of players, and Croup needs this. I just realized they're below the Surge. All the teams here actually might be. So this is a very, very scrappy fight for the teams. No time to waste here. No moment to spare. H-Cube fends off perfectly there, and Fago and H-Cube do just enough to find themselves above the Surge, and he actually demolished Regs Classic and Croup. So they are the team that comes out on top. They're rewarded with the 4 eliminations, by the way, none of them getting taken by the opponents there. Well played for them to hold defensively and win that one out.
That's so tough for Regs and Skittle too. Regs, she's done a pretty excellent job. Didn't actually make it through round 4, but trying to shift things up here today. Really excited to see what happens with her debut in Major 2 alongside her duo Skittle. Hopefully the next lobby maybe shifting up a little bit better for them. But that's always going to be on the back of the mind for a lot of these teams competing here today, MDF. It's trying to remember that you want to lock down some good placements for those series points on the leaderboard. But again, you don't want to get too caught up in it that you're focusing so much so on that you start to overthink your gameplay.
Yeah, I always say the worst games are the ones where you stay alive for right around that 10 to 15 minute mark and you earn nothing for it. Those are the hugest setbacks because you just start committing so much of your queue time away to a round. Ooh, but it was Snacky and Snetto right now. The team that we did see, of course, set themselves up with the 3 inlands and the tags. Snacky is continuing to find them pixels away from what could have been a huge headshot snipe for him.
It's just so dangerous to try and play peekaboo when you know that there is a lobby full of players that could potentially have that Reaper sniper But it's a risk these teams have to take, especially when they find themselves under the surge threshold, like Aiden, just barely managing to climb above it. Only 10 above, though. Can't imagine that that's going to hold for much longer. They need to get some additional damage applied, and Aiden will manage to connect. A couple more shots in line. Surge continuing to build here. Die in height, doing their best to try and hold down their walls, but Aiden, Hound, they know what kind of damage they've managed to apply here. With the Berry Fizz having been popped, might have just been for initial shield regen, and sure enough, Hound just gonna go for the window edit instead. The safety of the height inside of their build currently. They don't want to compromise their position just yet.
I like the refocus coming out of Hound right now to start looking at the teams that could be rotating and situating below them, because Aiden gathered enough information just from the knock and the team that pushed them to probably figure out that all of those guys needed surge there. Meanwhile, the highlights are Snacky in full-on action there, picking up a set of eliminations, actually showing us what that sniper setup is all about.
Snacky's kind of on a rampage right now, and Visuals Braids, they definitely want to get the party started here. They don't have any eliminations just yet. They're also kind of struggling in terms of their surge threshold, so you know it's only a matter of time before the desperation starts to kick in. One below the damage threshold even. Visuals trying to gauge which box would be the best to jump into. But you've got to be careful about which fights you actually pick. You never want to bite off more than you can actually chew. And instead, Visuals gonna tap back into the River of Sticks, refresh those underworld dashes to keep moving forward. Azers and Booga continuing to try and suppress Hound and Aiden. Seems like they spotted out that primo positioning that Hound and Aiden were trying to lock down initially. And looking to strike from just one layer below, essentially, but they want to make sure that they don't get pinched in between another team. That's why you could see Azers and Booga instead working their way down to the ultimate low ground here instead.
It's all about putting yourself in the right spot here. In Hound trying to do just that. I like where they're at. They have Visuals up, but Azers and Booga are not stopping. What is going on right here? As they jump it on a team, but Azers tries to back up Booga, and that little hesitation right there costs Azers his tournament there, and now sends Booga into this endgame as a solo. And this couldn't have been worse timing, because they did not have to. They did not have to take that fight by any means. That was pure greed. And now look, has to dig into the mythical bananas. They are forced to get the heals here. Now the bananas will not fully save you here when you're inside the zone. With the fight here, might as well finish a deed, but no, the zone, too much pressure to worry about here. What do you think about that decision there, Taco? Was it worth the fight?
Definitely not. As far as Booga and Azers are concerned, it looked like a skirmish that they initially believed was going to be a quick and easy pickup. But they didn't even find even a solid amount of shield refresh. That might have been the primary reason there for Booga to engage, but sure, all the while just getting absolutely gobbled up by Stiffaruni. And Booga, now left in this solo performance situation, definitely doesn't want to take any more damage towards the zone itself, but have to be really careful working through that mid-ground. So many pre-existing builds, so many duos still remaining as well.
Well, let's see what Booga can do here. He's now by himself. Meanwhile, on high ground, Artesian Iggy just off to the race right here. 7 eliminations. It goes back to that weird mountain that was played off before, and you can see the remnants of the structures here. First player setting himself up to dash all the way across as well. Here's the setup. Sniper shot comes in from the low ground. It's a headshot, and the tag was good. Meanwhile, Iggy finds another refresh, and that sets him up with the material now. So Iggy and Worst Finals player looking extremely well set up right now for an endgame closeout. Booga still hasn't earned that top 15 just yet, but he's close.
that name is a lie currently, though, for Worst Finals play, at least not from what I've seen in this lobby so far alongside Artesian. But again, have to see how things actually wind up here. Incredible, though, that Booga is still standing. This is just veteran experience to the T. Booga now, recognizing the fact, might have encountered another player. Instead, gonna expend some of his hard materials. Snacky all the while, another elimination added to the count onto H-Cube. Snacky and Sunito just tarping through that secondary height. Booga found User trying to confirm the pickoff, but instead,
the double shot.
Nasty stuff.
It was looking so good for Booga. It was effortlessly flowing through the end game right there, building perfectly. Everything was looking so well for a second there. Meanwhile, Visuals and Braids from mid-ground layers down this weird mountain, and all of a sudden now finding finally their first sets of eliminations here. They needed these points. The placement points are great, but you're going to need a lot more than that if you want to jump up in the series points here and get comfortable. This is what Iggy and company are doing right now. Really putting on a show. Snacky finally feels a little bit of the pressure.
What?
Back onto him, and it's a singular HP. He's in the game.
It's just the way that Snacky managed to fully run through that box, and then Sunito backing up his duo. But they're not out of the thick of it just yet. Visuals Braids, this has definitely been the end game that they needed to make. Big bounce back, considering how that first lobby shaped up for them. But Sunito, Snacky now having regen a decent amount of his HP, thanks to some white heals, a little bit of shield found nearby. Aiden and Hao, meanwhile, stuck in a crevice here on the low ground. They're trying to lurk, trying to see if they can catch anybody off guard. It might be Sunito who's their victim, and sure enough, Aiden gonna confirm that knock into an elimination, but it does cost him Hound in the process. Snacky strikes back and then just tries to keep it moving because he's got to stay inside of the zone, can't afford to take another tick. Got the banana going though, so we'll buy him a little bit of time.
Yeah, HP still rolling here for a little bit, and there it is. It's gonna stop there, so got a couple more moments he can mess around with the zone, but not for too much longer. One build left, time to jump down. No, gets tagged in the process. Of course, Iggy and the high ground company here doing just that, but might have jumped down a little bit too early, met by Braids and Visuals with a 2-angle shot, and finals play out. Watching it play out. Braids has to have some visual sound cues though. He definitely needs to know, but no. From behind, Visuals did not let the rat plays come to life there, Taco.
That would have been insane if Worst Finals had not been spotted out there at the end. But again, what a massive turnaround. Like, that is 100% the 180 that a lot of these teams are looking to pursue. If one lobby doesn't go your way, don't worry, queue up, go again. Because as Visual and Braids just exemplified, you can always turn it around.
This game was not looking great for them by any means. They came in with 0 eliminations in the top 15, and then all of a sudden 7, by the way. And I thought it was a shotgun shot with how quick and swift justice was served there. But hey, congratulations to Visuals and Braids here, as now we get to catch on in with Zeke and the company.
This was quite the game. I feel like going for the heal off that close, that early, it must have just been hectic for the players, right? Because remember, we have this like other view, right? We can see a lot more of what's going on as a whole. For the players, they just have their perspective, right? In that situation, you're like, I don't know, heal off, go! And then you're just sitting there watching them like, yes, perfect. I would like this elimination, please. Like, what a game to be had. But listen, a victory out is still a victory out. That's a massive influx of points.
Oh yeah, 100%. Great win there for Visuals and Braids. As you can see there though, with that being said, that's pretty much all of their points right there. So they must have had a bad game number 1, but that's what this format is all about. You queue right back up into it and pop up on the next one, picking up 87 points to that victory royale. And honestly, that refresh that they got throughout that end game right there was huge as well. And honestly, it's one of those rare situations, Kelly, where we've actually seen one of the teammates go for the heal up, and then the other one was like still alive in the zone, somehow picking up eliminations.
Well, I think a lot of that comes down to that they didn't know necessarily where Iggy was and what their plan was, if they had the heal offs or anything. So I kind of appreciate the play there, a bit of a safe play. But, I mean, you heard NDF talking about it. They jumped into this end game, not the best spot. 2 eliminations on them, but quickly adding more and more. I think they ended off with around 6 eliminations before the game finally finished there. But once again, these players opting to not go for the extreme low until the very final moments. And speaking of final moments, visuals there with the clear shot. And I love it. He even takes a moment, a breath to say, is this really going to happen right now? He's just going to let me get the VR. Oh, okay.
Just stalking, man. They're just stalking the prey. Just there in the storm. That's what true apex predators do, right? They sit there, max distance. They take. I'm just kidding. Still, though, again, a victory or Royale is huge for the duo. And as we've kind of talked about, you just need one of these good games, right? Now either their games are jump started, they can kind of go back in, reset themselves, and kind of push for that next game. But as Fortnite has shown us time and time again, you never know what happens until it's all over. And for them, that victory out is what they needed.
Yeah, that victory was good for them, but they're not the only team that went ahead and actually did well that game. I know I saw a couple of highlights come out of Boogie and Agers, and then also Iggy as well, right? So a couple of our teams popping off Kelly throughout that game. And, you know, I want to see a zone go not northwest.
I don't know if that was an Iggy Pop pun, but I loved it right there. Iggy, of course, with finals having the incredible height still. You can see they're actually chopping height from like what seemed like halfway against the lobby, and it is a little bit of an early height take. They did it around zone 8 to zone 9, but controlled it for so long, and I really do appreciate when they dropped down, realizing that they no longer had the mats to be able to hold high ground, and obviously that didn't affect them too much because they were still able to get second place.
The sniper coming in clutch, though, for Iggy. Listen, I don't know if anybody watched EU earlier, but Jules was popping off over there. There's some highlights on the Fortnite competitive Twitter, but Iggy with those couple of snipes right there, I don't know, making a run for the money of who's actually going ahead and hit the best snipes of the day. That's going to net them a second place right there, Zeke. And look at that, now in 5th place on the leaderboard.
That's right. I mean, just what a single game can just do for you, right? You don't even need the victory out, even ending second place. And I did want to kind of like tip my hat very quickly to Snacky there, kind of put in a situation where he was a solo and ended the game in top 5. Like, that is still an accomplishment. Those points are so vital. But as we saw before, Cam and Aminished, they're still in that number 1 spot, 13 eliminations and a victory out. And again, we have several different lobbies all happening. So if all those victory royales are kind of throwing you off, don't worry. There's just several lobbies all happening kind of at the same time. So far, a pretty strong start to NA. Remember, this is the last opportunity to try and either make upper bracket or keep that FNCS dream alive and make lower brackets. So the tension's definitely here.
Yeah, the tension is definitely here. And a big question mark is here as well. Kelly, we have not seen the duo that everybody thinks is going to win the FNCS. Yeah, Peterbot and Poyo, how are they doing? I know that you said that they had a couple of games played already in just a short amount of time.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys were here last week, but there is a Peterbot Jr., I think is the name, Mini Peterbot, and he is actually performing better than Peterbot. But as these lobbies go on, obviously it's going to be changing. A lot of these duos that are currently in like the top of our leaderboard are because they have had so many games played. So as the hours go on, we get to the end, we do get a more actualized leaderboard. But yeah, you know, I think Peterbot and Poyo definitely still have an opportunity, still a chance. They just need the right games.
Well, we have a game with them. We can jump right into the perspective, kind of see how things unfold to them. So let's hop into it.
This is a very interesting duo, right? Hot or cold, but when they're hot, I mean, it's like hot to the touch. It'll melt your fingertips right off. We've seen them execute multiple 20-plus elimination games. You saw the standings there, Taco. The top team have, what, 13 elims or so? Look at the pacing that they're on right now.
Yeah, Peterbot and Poyo are already halfway there, and look at it still add some more to it while they're in the process. You can just see that sheer aggression. That is the best way to describe this duo, and a lot of confidence as well. They're so split in their engagements. They're legitimately just taking direct 1v1s with separate duos, and they do just such an excellent job at kiting these duos to split, and because they're that confident in their individual mechanics that they fully believe if I'm in a 1v1 with anyone, I'm gonna win it. And when you already have 6 elims at this point, yeah, Peterbot, Poyo, go off. I think we all see you at this point. And I wouldn't be too surprised if they had a relatively quiet day today. Keep in mind, after week 1, they're basically already guaranteed the upper bracket in semis. What they want to make sure, though, is that Pars and Baka don't continue this run in this match. As Poyo just continuing to hunt down Pars, Peterbot will join in the chase, because why not? It's all in good fun at this point for this duo. Pars still gonna waste their time in the process, though. And Poyo and Peterbot, they are stubborn as ever. They do not want to let Pars escape here.
It's crazy how fast this SMG reloads as well. It's like endless pressure here. Pars puts up a great tag, but not even near enough to go ahead and give him the elimination shot. Poyo and Peterbot do exactly what they need to do. They hunt him down, they close the battles, and you know, if you're wondering, hey, they have a lot of eliminations, were they against good duos? Like, you know, yes, like Baka and Pars are some of the top tier offerings here in the NA scene, so it makes you wonder just how far ahead are Peterbot and Poyo from the competition right now.
And again, it's really just the sheer fact that this is almost autopilot mode for them, if you will, because they don't have to show anything different than what they've been doing in these previous lobbies. But what I do want to keep in mind is the fact that, remember, Quani and Byla are now landing over at that POI just east of Classy Courts between Coastal Comms and Slumber Yard. So if they qual, Peterbot is potentially not going to have to worry about a player like Quani, who is pretty strong at dropping for contesting him at Grim Gate. So curious how that's going to impact Peterbot and Poyo's strategy once we actually get into that set lobby sort of format.
Yeah, it definitely is interesting. As we already know, everyone's been shying away from the Grim Gates when it has come down to the discussion online. If there is anyone setting up the play or the upset, they haven't let it be known. Back into things. So Poyo and Peterbot, the heat of a battle right here. Poyo's going to be the first to take some big punishment here, but not looking too hot for Kuro right now. Hasn't had a chance to heal. He gets hip to hip with his duo, as you would expect. But this is, again, if you look at any of the Peterbot and Poyo engagements, they play angles very, very well, and they play these battles as 1v2 fights, 1v2 type players. If any team just decided to full focus in and dive in on one of them, they might have a chance. However, the biggest mistake is trying to hold the ground back like that. And as I say that, Poyo actually loses one of the rare exchanges here. And this is what happens, so Peterbot turns it right back around. Case in point, and the full finish there. 1v1, dashes in. It's just so good.
Peterbot just has such a strong understanding of where exactly he's going to land from utilizing each and every single one of his underworld dashes, but he wants to ensure that Maxwee can't look to find that full elimination onto Poyo. Probably upset the fact that Peterbot elimed his duo Kuro, and now Maxwee trying to force his way into Peterbot's box, but that might just be his demise. Aaron and Chance now seeing a prime opportunity here to third party. All that noise between this engagement has drawn the attention of some other members of the lobby. Peterbot will get the revive off onto Poyo, but it's going to cost them so much of the resources. Maxwee actually came back around, was looking for the reboot card probably, and instead finds himself being eliminated instead.
He actually got faked out. Chance and crew did not even land on the builds. He saw them coming and was like, oh, I got to get out of here. And then they just kept going. And Peterbot, of course, got the pick up and then the finish there on the double back. You know, we just talked about the capabilities of this duo being able to 1v2, and he just does it right before us in real time. It's just exceptional work there. For Tragics, what's happening over here? No elims, set up on the river's edge here. Not a bad spot. Quinn and Blizzard, much different story here. Way south of all the action here. Coming in with a nice late rotate. Take a look at the live leaderboards, though. Taco, Clicks, and Epic Whale rallying their way up, marching their way towards the top of the standing right now, looking for a multi-week, high-placing finish. You love to see it.
Trying to get a repeat storyline like what we saw earlier in EU is Vico and Pink that were able to repeat their week 1 quals performance with that first place finish on the leaderboard. Definitely a huge boost to their series points to guarantee them that upper bracket and semis. And yeah, for Clicks and Epic Whale, definitely a similar narrative trying to be built here today, but still so many teams that they're gonna have to work through. Poyo finds himself shield completely cracked. Peterbot now coming to the rescue, trying to buy his duo some time. Instead, it's gonna be completely Hunt turnaround. As Peterbot gets the knock onto one. Banana with no shields, knows that he can't exchange blows with Peterbot just yet. Instead, it's gonna be Poyo. They're gonna try and lock him down from the other side of this box. Now Poyo jumping on top of Banana's roof builds, but again, Peterbot just looking to lock things down. This is the lowest we've seen Peterbot's HP go yet, though, and it'll force him to dash away just to pick up some old spoils of war. And sure enough, the medkit, ample fizz, so many small shield potions surrounding him, and then Poyo as well. The clean finish off here.
This is going to bring them to 12 eliminations now, really starting to tally up the numbers here, get right back into the swing of things. They may have blew off a game or two, but this is going to put them right back into the conversation, surely somewhere in the top 10 of the standings if they could get a dub out of this one.
This is exactly why Peterbot and Poyo cannot be left to their own devices at Grim Gate, because if they're not eliminated off spawn, they just like to barrel through the entirety of the lobby that remains, and it's just so difficult to deal with a team that is just swapping that aspect of agility between each other, because you know that they're almost always going to have 3 underworld dashes apiece. And with that in mind, it just makes box fighting against them so difficult, because you never know how or which direction they're going to actually break through into your box.
Yeah, and they don't ever play the hand. You don't know they had it. There's no visual effect to tell you this team can dash in unless you hear it or you see it. And usually by the time you see it, it's a little too late. They're somewhere in the back of your box. But here's a circumstance where Peterbot sets up, cuts off the player. Now he's right in between the duo. And the damage coming in from the third party. They don't even care. Put the back to the team and start firing through the wall here. All attention on them here on the low ground. And of course, the Grimgate River, the Underworld River, giving them the additional dashes, so no need to even reset, doesn't matter. There goes the finish, and they march their way one more step towards 20 here.
It's the rate at which Peterbot is also looking like he's actively trying to pursue quick scope action with that sniper rifle as well.
Oh, yeah.
Simultaneously using it to break walls. It's just, Peterbot does not care in the slightest about who is inside of these builds. He just wants to immediately attack as quickly as possible, but the rest of the lobby starting to congest a little bit on this northeast side of the zone. Poyo, Peterbot might have ran into a slight hiccup in the form of Tragics and Jung, but instead gonna break through some former walls, continue to try and create some space. That's the other aspect too. You just see them dashing every which direction. They saved so many of their own builds this way.
Oh no. They just found someone in the build and pieced them up. You know, there are a few duos I could just sit back and watch in amazement, in awe, like this. When you watch them W key, you just can't help but hold the cameras on top of them for a little bit longer. Let's watch the next setup here, the next fight. Teams try to dash away, but it's not going to be enough. He does the same thing once again here, cuts him off from the front side. It's not looking good for Fa now. Limited builds here, outpositions the duo mate, and again, gets right in front. They have the advantage of the storm pressure in, and look at the reads here. Being able to catch a fresh duo in. His guard was never let down, and they catch this duo who tries to third party them on the rotation.
The most absurd part about all of this, MDF, is they don't even need the damage. They don't need the eliminations. They just want them. And that alone is a justifiable enough reason for them to keep this rampage constantly going. Immediately dashing to the next form of attack. They'll find themselves safely inside a zone, and now looking back, it's everyone else scrambling to get in, doing what they can. You can see the metal being invested on these cones, players jumping through. One of the downsides of that Berry Fizz is the extra hang time it gives you in midair, and Peterbot, with that sniper in tow, he is just locking everyone else to the low ground.
And not only that, no scope on it either, right? Just straight iron sight, right? Just doing his thing right now. Here comes a knock from the hands of Poyo. The finish comes in from Peterbot. There goes the material count that they needed. 3 big pots picked up as well, so they're right back into the mix of things. Meanwhile, Poyo doesn't stop. Okay, he's trying to turn online here as he finds Matt Ranks on the backside of the zone there, and there you have it. Just explosive chain of events right now as we get ever so closer to zone number 10 here. Macwood is wondering, how are you having such a great game up top? Because I am struggling down here. Can he get the finish? There it is. Okay, his first set of eliminations are in. Put him on the board.
But Macwood's got to be careful. Without anything covering his head, immediately the floors will get thrown up. Understanding the fact that with Peterbot and Poyo controlling the high ground entirely, and again, keep in mind, Peterbot and Poyo have essentially bottlenecked this entire lobby into being forcibly playing through the mid and low ground layers. Poyo as well, just being such a disruptive factor. Finally, Peterbot gets tagged up enough to put a slight lull in the action here, but with the Yamzo and Rise nearby, could spell trouble for a team like Peterbot and Poyo. This is certainly another one of our high-scale North America teams that this lobby has to offer here. And they're on the hunt as well for some eliminations. They're gonna find one onto Daryl, who's just trying to swim through ultimate low ground, but it's not gonna be enough.
Oh, absolutely. Yamzo and Raz are gonna be exciting to watch as they hopefully make their way all the way through to the final stage. They have a lot to say, if you will, in this FNCS to come. From 0 elims though, straight to 2 now. What can they do? We haven't even had time to really focus in on the terrain. This has been over a body of water for quite some time. So material counts, count them out. It's all gonna come down to refreshes here. Peterbot picks up another set now, back to the high ground to Poyo. As they wait, finally we got a little piece of land there. It's gonna give people a moment to breathe if they can even get up here, but boxed up. Magia Jr. finds his 9th elimination now as a duo. Very well played for this team right here, coming out of nowhere, showing us that there's other teams cooking down in this game as well.
But this zone is just gotta be so annoying for these players to deal with. Just a huge body of water surrounding them here at the tip of coastal columns, and Peterbot Poyo as well, looking primed up for a potential victory royale here in this lobby. It's all about just closing it out. They've already got 19 eliminations. Still looking to build more. 20 gonna find an elimination onto Iyamzo. Just unfortunate timing with the drop there, but Poyo, Peterbot, even faster still. 21 eliminations. Every time we look away, they just managed to secure one more. Peterbot continuing to ramp up again. All the players still left standing, just smothered in the low ground, stuck inside of the water, basically. Quinn, Blizzard. Shoutouts to Hazens, though, representation from Brazil, but Blizzard will find himself getting eliminated. And again, Hazens, Ahia, doing what they can, but with Peterbot Poyo, the 1v2 is not going to be enough. Peterbot able to close this one out. Another victory royale for this duo as they let everybody in NA be reminded of the fact that they are true elimination controllers.
They just drop kick 23% of that lobby. Let that sink in for a second there. We didn't see them on the standings. When we jumped in, we had high hopes for at least 10 or so eliminations, but a 23 bomb, making it look easy. They are pushing numbers that most duos will never hit, yet alone in a qualifying level lobby of an FNCS stage. It's just incredible. It's impressive. Peterbot and Poyo do it again.
Yeah, sure enough, you couldn't have asked for it in better fashion, but we know what to expect from a Peterbot and Poyo sort of lobby. Let's see what the analysts have to say, though.
Yeah. What do I put on my glasses? Nope, no difference there. Still 23 elims, huh? That's crazy. I was gonna call him Peterbot. That's like a Poyo and Peterbot. No, we're not combining them. Peterbot, Poyo. Wow, 23 eliminations. So this is kind of like the swinging nature of like the duo, right? Sometimes they just come in, they just drop 23 eliminations in Victory Royale, and everyone's just like, what the heck is happening? Other times they kind of can make it far in the lobbies, or even other times the lobby's like, okay, you guys are too strong. Everybody shut them down. But for this duo, this is why, like, in case you don't follow Fortnite, a lot of the community has already said, like, hey, this is their FNCS, right? This is going to be the duo that's going to walk away winners of major number 2. This hyper aggressive play style they have, like, they're just relentless at times, right, Viv? Like, sometimes, you know, a duo's like, hey, we're getting shot at, it's fine, just put it up with their wall, everything's cool. And then you've just got Poyo, you've got Peterbot in your box, and that's it. You're just like, hey, the lobby screen, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's really all about efficiency. Like, I was saying it while I was watching Peterbot and Poyo kind of fight some duos throughout that. I was like, I have no idea how it's seemingly like they just have an infinite amount of pressure. Like, they never let up. It's like they do an initial amount of damage, and the other duo can never heal because it's seemingly like they're so efficient that it's like they never even like reload somehow. You know what I mean? Like, they're using the burst SMG in a lot of these scenarios, and it's just like, how are you just consistently applying pressure? I mean, they're on a different level. And, you know, Taco kind of hit the point there talking about how this endgame was kind of going, but I have a rebuttal for Taco, actually. She was like, oh yeah, this zone was so annoying, you know what I mean? In the water, kept going over the water. Let me ask you something. Would you rather deal with a water zone or Peterbot and Poyo? What's more annoying?
These players had to deal with both. Didn't they?
Man.
Both situations thrown onto them, and you're talking about the pressure there, and obviously when you have the mythic shotgun and the Thunder SMG, as well as the token that gives you that dash, that just allows them to play more and more pressure, more and more aggression, as well as kind of a safety net to get out of any kind of trouble or situation that they're in. But Peterbot and Poyo, absolutely dominating. I can't wait to see the leaderboard just to show the juxtaposition of eliminations that they have compared to everyone else, because we were talking about it just last game. You can see them currently sitting in second place with more than double the eliminations that anyone else has. But what I think is more important to look at is the placement points. They have already played 5 games, whereas most other teams here have only played 3 or 2. Out of the other 4 games that they've played, the best performance was a 30th. Now, with that being said, in those games that they went down early, they still almost grabbed a double-digit elimination game, which I did not know was physically possible. But Peterbot and Poyo, what they thrive on in absolute domination, once they do get that game, they lack in consistency. And we know just how important consistency is in the FNCS.
Yeah, the question obviously becomes, okay, yeah, they can put up numbers in these qualifier weeks, right? That's cool. But when we get to these set lobbies, how will this kind of affect their own gameplay, right? When you're kind of going into a lobby and you're just like, okay, we'll just bounce game to game, and it's kind of, you know, every game is different because you don't know who's going to be in that game. You can kind of you can afford to be hyper aggressive, but Viv, you know, when these set lobbies come around and everyone's starting to go, okay, this is where they're going to land, this is kind of where they have to walk through to try and be successful, I feel like it could be very different.
I mean, it'll definitely be different. I don't know if we'll see as many eliminations in a set lobby format, but let's not forget, you know, the biggest kind of savior to the region, to the FNCS, was that they were being contested by Quanti. But now with the whole duo switch ups, Kelly, like, Quanti's not even going the Grim Gate anymore, so they're probably going to get it uncontested in the set lobby format, which I think is even scarier.
That is really, really scary. And obviously we still have the semifinals, and that's where we start to see more of those set lobby meta that we're used to seeing, obviously, in the open qualifiers, where we have 250 duos. You never really can predict who you're going to go up against and what your situation is. But the semifinals are definitely going to spell how these lobbies and how the grand finals is going to be working out for a duo like Peterbot and Poyo. But for right now, who cares if you go down early if you're able to already claim 44 eliminations?
Yeah, it's insane. Let's see if they put up more numbers like this, because last week they did just that. We're excited to see kind of how they continue to evolve, especially in those kind of more solidified formats. But hey, I know what you want. It's more games. Guess what? We're jumping on board with Clix and Epic Whale. Let's see how games go for them this next one.
This is definitely a team we also never can get enough of. Clix and Epic Whale, honestly, one of our best, have risen directly to the top. Epic especially coming out with that incredible solo performance just recently. So, you know, he's really in tip-top shape right now as far as all things are concerned. But I want to touch on one little thing, Taco, that, you know, Vivid and Zeke kind of had a mini conversation about there for a second. I think we're just seeing a sample of what Peterbot and Poyo are looking to try to attempt in the finals lobby. I think what we're looking at is them practicing to show up to finals and do something we've never seen before. And that's successfely key every single player in the same game. But whoa, I think a sniper shot just came in, Taco.
Goodness, Epic Whale just absolutely obliterated the lobby. MDF, well, we can continue that talking point momentarily, but that is the last thing that Clix and Epic seem to expect here. It looked like a stroll through Lavish Lair initially, but now Clix forced to try and clutch up. But as a solo up against the likes of Cash, the 1v2 is never an easy feat, much less when there are other duos lurking nearby. Clix, if anything, all he wants is the reboot card and to escape. He wants to try and bring back Epic as quickly as possible before time runs out, because with the approach of the mid game, you're already going to have to expend so many resources, go to an isolated part of the map as well, likely going to be Clix pushing super far north, maybe towards that Rebels Roost area, but Caves is not letting up. A couple of tags coming through, thanks to that thermal scope to keep tabs on exactly where Clix is running. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, could play spoiler for Clix on his solo endeavor to try and bring Epic back into this match. But that was just dastardly what happened to Epic.
Luckily though, Clix quickly responds there, gets the card, and boogies on out of there. So should have an opportunity to get Epic back into this game. Muzz with the toad tag, unfortunate. It's gonna get popped and set back here. Berry Fizz is gonna go ahead and get them right back into the round here shortly, but this is looking like a bit of a stacker game. This is a sleeper lobby right now. Walkers, Fatch, Bolts, Bryce. Man, this is no easy lobby right here by any means.
This is going to be a stacked endgame is what it's going to be, MDF, because with so many seasoned veterans in one lobby, you have to anticipate that these guys understand how to rotate, how to position, most especially, and it's going to make things really difficult. I'm expecting teams to encounter some pretty heavy surge threshold woes in this lobby, because the top end of the pro scheme, I think, is going to make it very problematic for some of these newcomers that might have found their way in this match to encounter and overcome. Fatch Walkers posted up just outside Edge of Zone here by Reckless Railways. But to continue that conversation of Peterbot and Poyo and whether or not they're going to try to shock the world in the set lobby format of semifinals, it really is a circumstance, though, MDF, where I would just expect that Peterbot and Poyo find themselves in that semi's upper bracket. Even if Grimgate is uncontested, it could potentially pose an issue for them, because they're not going to be able to just steamroll through every single one of these duos in NA. Don't get me wrong, they are certainly a super talented duo, but I do think a huge reason for their success in this rolling lobby format playstyle is just the fact that they are encountering so many different kinds of teams. Some of these teams are newer to, this is like their first time even making it into one of these FNCS formats, for example, and so they're just getting their toes wet. But if they were able to find those repeat circumstances and go on an absolute elimination spree against the top teams in all of North America, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because again, there's also the rumor that depending how Peterbot's performance goes in Major 2, who knows, maybe he decides strolling over to EU, pull a mix and Paco, switch up the region, and see what he can really do.
That would be insane. Sign me up for it. I want to see it. Might have to even ditch the NA region and go cast EU for a little bit just to watch that firsthand. I don't know. We'll see. But Epic, Will, and Clicks here playing the dead side rotate right now. Pickups are good. They're back into it. There's Pledge and Elsa right now. Complete opposite side of the zone, went from the far north to the far south. Here's a team that's below the surge. We already know it's a bit of a stretch here as well. To get 70 damage, you will have to connect pretty confidently on someone. If they don't do this quickly, and it's only going to get that much more difficult here.
It's the fact that Elsa and Pledge are also encountering some old builds as well. They can tell that they're actually the stragglers, kind of lacking behind everybody else, which means the further in that they press towards zone or edge of zone, the more likely they are to just get held up on the outskirts of it. And they're already getting pieced up by these Storm ticks as is. A very big problem when your surge isn't able to be built up high enough. 22. Still not enough. 10 above, huge. Finally some relief.
Yeah, that's huge right there. We've seen this situation happen a lot of times, and teams will crumble under this pressure, not finding those very critical tags that give them a moment like this, a moment to just get back into the game for a second, pop your heals, and really situate yourself. People don't realize when the surge is tackling you, you have to juggle, you know, doing the damage. You also have to juggle trying to heal. Right? You don't have a lot of time. Once you fall behind, that's it. We get to jump in with Agent Jeff and Oliver OG, though. We've seen a lot of conversation, of course, spark up around this duel right here. This is one that, you know, is hit or miss, but when they're hitting, they're so explosive, so very fun to watch here. And we might just see one of the bigger clashes of the day right here. Agent Jeff, Oliver OG versus Epic, Whale, and Clicks. Which community essentially can get louder in the chat right now, because they are both juggernauts in the Fortnite space right now, and this is going to be a fun clash right here.
Poor Epic, though, just so low on materials, absolutely shambles as far as shield is concerned. Clicks might have been successful in that reboot scenario to bring Epic back into this one, but the fact that Asian Jeff, Oliver OG are holding them, and now they're even finding themselves pinched one more time, stuck between a multitude of teams here. It's going to be Walkers and Fatch on the other end of their backside of builds. But Oliver OG, Asian Jeff, they're actually going to be the ones trapped a little bit outside of zone. Epic trying to hold that peak for as long as possible, but we'll get knocked in the process. Clicks should be able to get this revive off, but again, that might be the opening that Asian Jeff and Oliver OG were looking for to try and pressure into their boxes.
These are great tags from Clicks here to really set things up, but you can see he's already shared more than enough with Epic. This is why he doesn't have extra shields or anything. They need this refresher right now. Little did they know, this is a healthy team they're jumping on of Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, but the tags are really good. The damage piercing through the builds right here. They may have done enough to at least slow down the pressure, but Clicks jumps in. He wants the full finish, and he connects with every single shot, putting Epic in the backpack for a couple of moments there, and then another knock. It's not over just yet. And look at that. There goes those sweet, sweet shields. But no, there's another team here. The splashes have to get used. They cannot afford to stick around here.
They got just enough materials, though, just enough builds.
Agreed.
Even though Clicks would have liked to get Rico's body materials as well, unfortunately won't be able to find it. And Nakoji, though, could find himself in a world of trouble, but Clicks, he's just so incredibly low, trying to use these 4 remaining bandages to get a little bit of white HP for Berry Fizz as well. But again, look at how they're being smothered by the rest of the lobby, just caught too late on the rotation. Epic now forced to be in Clicks' shoes here, but can he keep this momentum going? Absolutely shambles as far as materials are concerned. Whole lobby now focusing in on him, recognizing the fact that he is a solo after his duo got knocked right beside him. This is just such a tough spot for anyone to be in. Epic needs a miracle to pull this one off.
Yeah, he's been having a bit of a tough game so far, but maybe now that things settle for a moment, he can put up solo clutch here, the solo performance of the day, and redeem this game all in all, Clips is definitely on fire. Take a look at this shot right here. TK with the body tag and the back-to-back. Make it 3 for 3 there. Well played for him. Snipers always making it never safe to just be out and about. Here goes that story that we wanted to see continue. Epic Whale finds the tag here. That's the revenge elim here. He's on the backside of zone. Yeah, look at the pressure coming in. Picks up a fresh flow. Berry Fizz swings his way through the build there, effortlessly running from the opponents right now. Well played. But that zone taco's right on his heels here.
If he had even a semblance of any form of white heels, MDF, I mean, the fact that he's made it this far is incredible enough. That refresh gave him some much needed materials over the top, but will just manage to skirt by. Epic, though, still looking for more. Wants to try and see if he can finish things off against Mavericks, but gets caught on the other side. Who knows who even gets credit for that one. Epic just, again, did what he could. And given how this lobby started out for Clips and Epic, a decent shot at recovering. Unfortunately, in a lobby this stacked, it's just going to be all that more difficult. Because even the likes of TK and Bacon now on the fringe of being fully eliminated. Does have an ample amount of Berry Fizz to work with, though. But again, as a solo, in a lobby still stuck with plenty of duos, going to be difficult to deal with. Quack, nice height leverage. Just trying to suppress a lot of these teams on these lower layers, not really allowing anybody to try and challenge them on height.
The action going down on here. Meanwhile, Bryce just trying to survive, just trying to stay alive here, swinging all the way around the wide side. Meanwhile, TK from sniper shot to shotgun to the back there. Flinty's gonna find him there. Okay. Now it's Muzz and Paper working their way up to the mid-ground layer here. They're just about second height, finding some elims on the backside of zone. Temptation kicks in to go for the refresh, but it's not worth it. And look at this. High ground is barely holding on by 2 ramps. Could be an all-out brawl for height here coming soon.
Muzz and Paper definitely being very patient, very disciplined with their approach from secondary height. You can see Paper looking up, waiting for his opportunity to chop. Real does have an underworld dash to expend, but again, it's going to be Paper. Muzz immediately moving towards front side. Next zone, they can make another attempt for height in a few moments here. For right now, they just want to try and control the layer that they are currently on. Smiley and Max, though, they're going to be able to get decent refresh off of Reciprocal's body. And now, Quack, Real, they're able to take control of the high ground one more time, but Quack just looking for a point to connect here. Smiley and Max still working their way through the low ground. A lot of hard materials being expended, completely out of brick, down to their metal for hards. Only about 20 builds left to work with there, too. As Quack almost entirely out of builds. If Muzz and Paper are able to spot out this wood, probably only a matter of time before they look to challenge it outright. That's why you can see Quack trying to focus them out, trying to ensure that they have to be delayed in their approach to the high ground. But it might not be enough.
I was just going to ask, what is G-Monster thinking jumping into this build? You can see them being put down and couldn't quite get the shot right there. Meanwhile, Max GG goes for the early heal, so he's going to be trying to lock in some placement points. High ground finally starts to shift hands. We knew it was going to happen. It was inevitable that the battle was going to kick off up here, and it's Yurt Easy and Thug Shark who take the high ground. Paper and Muzz give up the mid-ground layer in second height to jump down to low ground and start securing up some eliminations here. They're doing a great job. These mats right here, critical to keeping them alive right now, but it might just be the terrain that wins the game here. But no, it shifts back off that indestructible wall right there. That could have been devastating for everyone down in the low ground. And Paper is loving it. Look at how he's picking up these elims now. They're at 10. On fire here in the low ground.
More importantly, it's Paper finding a little bit more builds to work with. Only 1 banana for Thug Shark. He's going to go ahead and expend it. Does get 4 chug splashes, though, off of that refresh elimination. Now it's Paper, Muzz. A duo that could look to solidify this victor Royale, but they know the last remaining player up on height. It's going to be Paper who's going to actually go through the endeavor of trying to challenge him up above, but The build's just so incredibly low. Thug Shark trying not to get chopped out, but it's just not enough. He's out of builds entirely. Muzz and Paper with the full collapse, and the Victory Royale is all theirs.
Well played for them. That's going to be 12 eliminations and the Victory Royale. And they played that very, very well. Decision-making was at an all-time peak. As they were in the second layer, they had a chance much early on to take down the weakened high ground structures, but instead they played for the Elims in the long game. And it works out extremely well. And just like that, Taco, they pick up a win here on the FNCS qualifier number 2. And I'm not sure we've seen them really get in this winning type situation, but they're looking even sharper than last week.
For sure. It seems as though all that VOD reviewing, scrim practice definitely paying off right now for these two. Probably very happy with their performance so far, but can they keep it going versus the rest of NA? Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid, what do you think?
I'm thinking it's looking real good. Last week, they placed 37th. So they are looking really strong for that upper bracket. And so this week, they're just thinking, hey, look, let's just cement it. Let's just make sure we just start semifinals going into that upper bracket. And what better way to prove we are worthy than a Victory Royale here?
Yeah, that's 2 Victory Royales already for Paper and Muzz. Love to see that. And gosh, I love watching Fortnite when teams are able to actually execute on like multiple strategies in a single end game. Like we saw Paper and Muzz, they were kind of shooting out for a height. They were seeing if they could maybe get it. Ultimately, they couldn't, but Paper had like 2 stacks of chug splashes, and I was like, oh my gosh, now they're going to use those to actually tank Storm and go for height. But no, they just went ahead and used them in Storm to tank Storm because they were out of materials, waited for an opportunity to get a refresh, and then played the low ground from there on out. So executing on multiple different strategies and then finishing it off with that 2v1 at the end, Kelly, that's awesome.
And what I really appreciated from Muzz and Paper here was controlling the low ground, especially at this moment when you could tell that it was starting to climb up the wall. They knew that Thug Shark was going to have a better position, and Muzz went up from height instead to chop him out, kind of doing this pincer move. And that wasn't the first time we actually saw that in that game, where Paper and Muzz tried to go for height. They decided it's not going to work out, so they instead go to the front of zone at low ground. And once that zone started to rotate to a different hill, they got lucky. Zone pulled back the other direction, but then all these players that were preparing to go up the hill start dropping down, and then that's when Muzz and Paper cleaned the lobby up.
Yeah, and I think too, the small thing that I really appreciated there from Paper was, though he dropped all the way down, got the elimination, he didn't just immediately run for the loot, right? That's so easy in those moments to just get caught up and go, I just have to get this. And it's in those situations, someone watches the elim happen and they're waiting, right? He goes in, he boxes up, is like, takes the beat. All right, we're good. Let's get those the refresh from that. Super, super clean. More replays as we kind of continue just the talk of the day. Remember, we are here. We've got a 3-hour window, or we can play 10 games within that 3-hour window. We're either going to get all 10 or some amount just within those 3 hours. As we hop on over, we're taking a look here at Clix and Epic Will. They placed first last week. They're looking real good, and they're trying to make sure they make that run for not only globals, but for the Axe of Champions.
Yeah, I mean, Clix just jumping in, having incredible tracking to finish off a duo inside of the same box with a burst SMG, and then them having insane synergy to actually shoot their shotguns at the same time off of an edit to pick up their 5th elimination there. Epic, of course, being left to clutch it up as Clix got caught on the rotate. And, you know, listen, Clix may have more eliminations, but Epic Whale picking up a couple of more placement points right there before going down. A tough end game for that duo. But as we jump over to the leaderboard, they are going to be in 5th place. But one thing that I wanted to go ahead and note here, Kelly, one thing that we've noticed about all of the teams that have actually won games throughout the day, all 18 wins have been by a returning duo from last week in Qualifier 1, Round 4. So there's a statement to kind of be said there.
Yeah, I think we all know that synergy is a big part of how well you can kind of keep your mentality going throughout the competition. And we know that once you have bad mentals, that can go down real quick. But Muzz and Paper currently sitting in 2nd place, definitely having a great mental game right now. The duo, though, that I kind of want to talk about that was in that previous page was G-Monster and Reciprocal. They are pulling out all the stops right now. They've gone 2 2nd place games already. And then I know that they were definitely in our top 5 in that last game as well. So a good run from that duo, currently in 3rd place, just below Muzz and Paper there. But Clix and Epic Whale in 5th. We got Duke and Miro, one of the new duos that has to play out of their mind today if they even want to make it into the semifinals, let alone the upper bracket. But, I mean, Zeke, top 10, that seems like they're in position to make it to the upper bracket.
That's the thing, though. They have to hold, right? They have to stay up there in the top 10. They cannot squander any games. They have to make sure they're firing on all cylinders, because again, if they make even one mistake, that could have them fall out of the competition entirely, right? Right now, they're looking good. We just keep that momentum shifting forward. I mean, there's so many things like Bugha and Agers as well. Again, because of all these different lobbies, like, you're just seeing glimpses here and there, but of course the duo, you know, we cannot deny a duo I want to see so much from, and so I'm excited to kind of see them continue to play and then eventually take it to semis, right?
Yeah, as you can see right there, they're in 33rd place right now, and the reason they are in 33rd is actually because their first 3 games were pretty rough, not really getting outside of the top 14 there, but their last game, their most recent one, a 4th place with 15 eliminations. So that's where a majority of those points are coming from. And if we know anything about Bugha, never count him out.
Yeah, you definitely can't count them out. And they got 10th place in week 1, so they're already sitting pretty good as far as series points goes. Yes, they definitely want to confirm that they're making it into the upper bracket, but even with the pacing that they have right now, it seems like they're going to be within the realm of the upper bracket.
Yeah, and then the trick will be staying there, right? Because that's we'll see in semifinals. You know, you'll have to either keep going that the upper bracket lane rather, or fall into the lower bracket lane. So that's future us stuff. For now, I'm just excited to kind of see these duos kind of forming. We kind of touched on it last week a lot, though, about players evolving, right? How they evolve week to week. Do you guys feel like where are the areas that maybe Bugha and Agers kind of have to grow to kind of keep, you know, growing? I guess that's a dumb question, the way to word it, but you know what I mean.
Well, lucky for us, I mean, I mentioned earlier there was a little bit of a mishap on a rotate from last week, right? That flow Berry Fizz kind of catches them off guard. But honestly, you know, Bugha kind of does this thing every single season. And I think I mentioned it every single season where he doesn't really kind of show up. He doesn't really necessarily show us anything too special until we actually make it to the grand final. So for this duo in particular, you know what? I think they're doing just fine because I know Bugha.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of these duos will kind of show their hand as soon as we get into the open qualifiers round 4, and I kind of think that maybe they're being a little bit passive because, just as Vivid said, they're holding out for the grand finals, and it's Bugha. He has to make it to the grand finals, right?
Right? Right. Listen, yes, of course, he has to. Yes, was speaking into existence, therefore it should happen. Is there any other duos you guys are excited about looking? I mean, I feel like as well, Kanata and Cooper, another duo that I feel like really excites me when I kind of think about like these Titans kind of forming, especially again, maybe you're just tuning in. There was like this big shakeup that recently happened, a bunch of new duos coming together. How do you guys feel about these guys in their current state?
I mean, Kanata and Cooper should be a very, very strong duo. The only thing that kind of worries me about this one is that, you know, Kanata kind of wants to play that IGL role. Cooper was the IGL for Cooper and Miro. So there's a lot for them to kind of figure out in that regard. But if there's any duo that can kind of do it, I would bet that it's going to be them. And, you know, not to mention Kanata and Agers were together for so long that maybe there is a lot right there where Kanata's used to having a duo who does certain things in certain situations. You got to adapt and learn all that stuff when you switch duos.
Yeah, knowing that communication and just understanding of each other, because you don't want to just be talking and blabbing the entire time like what we're doing right now. You want to be able to kind of just get a few words out and then you understand what your duo wants from you. So by having a new duo, you have a less of that rapport with them. But they got 5th place out of round 3 yesterday. I think that they're in a pretty good position right now. But they do need to perform a little bit better today if they want to put themselves in a prime position.
The stress. It's okay. I'll take on the stress for everybody. It'll be fine. We will keep the ball going. We have more games ready to go, so let's just jump on into the next one.
And we get to jump in with one of the more explosive duos on the day right now, Miro and Duke. Taco, I'm sure you've had a lot to think about with this duos. We had a segment specifically focused on these types of teams that just have to perform well, but not just well. We're talking like top 10 well.
Yeah, because they want to ensure, as far as semis are concerned, that is essentially what Duke and Miro are initially tag teaming up here for today. They were originally just competing to try and make it into lower brackets. If they manage to find themselves confirming a top 10 placement on today's leaderboards, the series points that they're awarded might be enough to lock them down for the upper bracket, but I almost feel like that's the duo that might have been the origin story as well for why there was several different teams essentially switching up, because Dukes and Noxy, they really seem like they had gotten off to an impressive start, but it's almost as if once that honeymoon phase, you know, started to wane a little bit, you could tell that Dukes' eyes starting to wander, wanted to get something new, something fresh, something familiar even, goes back to his ex Miro. And it is interesting because they're both such prominent players in the North America scene. And to see them here today, currently in 7th place of the leaderboard leading into this match, it is definitely a much bigger message than what they were sending during opens, because their opens was quite the struggle.
Yeah, I definitely will say that I think the evidence is there to show that Duke was the epicenter of the problems that kicked off in NA, with all the teams starting to shake up and look for someone as far as a new duo was concerned. And look, he found one of the best. He found Miro, who, by the way, performed extraordinarily well in the final moments. They even pushed him here to this stage, the round 4 of this qualifier right now. So they're actually here off the backs of his duo right now. Miro, who has been playing well. It looks like Duke is finally stepping up right now and fulfilling his role here as a partner. He's got 2 elims. Take a look here. So far, though, the stats are showing us that the eliminations are occurring in the early game, so this is a team that's having a bit of a hard time, bit of a more difficult time making their way to endgame and securing eliminations, where normally you would see Miro kind of take care of that, right? Like, as a solo, but, you know, the truth is you got to get him there first.
And not only that, but I also do think that from that initial point and highlighted earlier on, their dropping point, that east part of Classy Courts in between Coastal Calm, Slumber Yard, that's the territory they like to try and claim off their drop, and it's been a relatively hot spot for other teams to contest. And so that could also be a contributing factor for as to why that team isn't necessarily as stacked as you would expect them to be for all of their experience at this point. But if there's a team that I would expect to be able to come back from a scramble situation, it is definitely Dukes and Miro. But, you know, another point I want to make here is Chubbs Aviv. Again, one of those teams that felt the repercussions of that Dukes-Miro Wombo combo. Chubbs and Aviv now combining, and all of these teams seeking to find a better placement here in Week 2 than what they did in their Week 1 performances, because they want to ensure that they maintain their new duo status to compete through semis. But just knowing that you're essentially trying to play for lower bracket, Monster, it's got to wear on the mental.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Pressure is totally on. Take a look at this. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG fell a little early in the last game we were covering, and they just so happened to catch this follow-up queue. We'll see how they perform here against this caliber of the lobby. Bark and Pause as well. Be one of the few teams that we saw drop there. What in the strategy? Are we going for the
level 99 fishing, I think?
Are we going for the heal off right now? Like, they are really setting it up.
Well, with the way that the zones have been pulling today, MDF, towards that western side of the map, they've been a little bit northwest even, a lot of times falling around that Karen's Crossing, Underworld, Grimgate, Coastal Columns area so far today, at least from the lobbies that we've been able to spectate. It doesn't surprise me that Pars and Baka would try to establish this hoarding of fish, just true fishermen of the lobby here. Plenty of options as well, and just trying to stack all of their heals in one place. And again, Vivid asked me earlier on, would you rather deal with Peterbot and Poyo or the zone pools over water? And honestly, probably the zone pools over the water, man, because Peterbot and Poyo, it just feels personal. You know what I mean? Like, that's a duo where, like, if they catch sight of you, like, they're not going to stop chasing you until they eliminate you. That just feels so personal after a certain point.
You're not making that. You're just not making it.
But if I'm Pars with the fish, you know, surrounding the water, who knows? You've got better odds there for sure. Some rough zones though for a lot of these teams to deal with today.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a fair shakeup of some difficult ones. Hopefully this is the worst of it. For Bucky, not so much min-maxing as we've seen from, of course, Bucket and Pars there, but it's Okus and Bucky here who are set up. Bucky's got the low ground. Okus got a little bit of a position up top. Basically just a fishing rod short of getting their resources up and going. Snacky and Sonetto are also in this game. You just take a look at Day and Source. This is a very exciting team. We've seen them have their big moments here today, but they kind of have lost momentum, if you will. So we've gotten into the mid position here in the tournament. That is something to consider, y'all. For those of you guys watching, you have 10 games to squeeze within this 3-hour window. We're already halfway through that, more or less. We're actually just past the halfway mark. So time is ticking here, and rounds will start to run thin. And more importantly, if you don't optimize, if you don't make the best of them, you'll find yourself with a lot of games and not enough points.
The point spread definitely a little bit tough there for Day and Source, but to contrast that, Source had one of the best loadouts that we've seen on him all day today. And for the first time ever, they had a little bit of a lull in the action, right? They got a chance to kind of pause and breathe. We've seen them so on the go here today. It's been a lot of high-octane action, essentially. So Source and Day just kind of taking a moment to collect themselves in this lobby could be the kind of chance that they needed to essentially build that momentum back up.
I just wanted to say that was a fun little detail about Aviv. Last week, I know I was trolling by saying Aviv would have hit that shot. No, literally, I think he the stats point in that direction. Impressive. There's so much to highlight, right, when it comes down to each of these different players, different duos, different skill sets. See what Vanillas and Convicts got going on right here, though, from the back side of the rotate.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, a lot of teams camping this general area here, waiting for the rift to go off. It's so very interesting how different the pacing is in a game like this versus when, you know, we just came off of the heels of like a Peterbot and Poyo who don't stop moving. They do not stop fighting, regardless of the zone, regardless of the situation on hand. It almost makes you feel like everyone's playing for something different.
I like this, though, for Source and Day. Taking advantage of that rift, able to establish a nice little point of action on top of the hill here next to the windmills. Quanti and Byla directly behind them, however. Also getting to take a look at Sparebo and Taki. So they're recognizing the fact they're going to have to get a move on soon enough. Granted, the Underworld Dashes being present might make it a little bit easier for them. But Vanillas and Convict, it has been all under fire since they rifted in, and they've still got plenty of ground to cover. Berry Fizz running incredibly low here for Vanillas as well, so they won't be able to be super dependent on it for every single one of their rotations unless they're able to find a good refresh later on.
It's crazy. This looks like all the teams that landed from the rift, by the way, are all in shambles and below the storm surge, and this is what happens when you play super slow. You wait out rifts, right? All of a sudden now you're in this problematic section of the map because all of the teams are very much passive. But for Ploufft and Joe, they're going to be the ones that at least come out on top for the first duo there and find themselves a max material. Seems like a good, healthy subset of heals to take for the road as well. So it's not all bad here so far.
Could definitely be worse, but again, such a long span of ground to cover. And even with those Underworld Dashes, these teams that are already established on height, these teams that are already inside of zone, looking at the likes of Snacky there on the ridges. Xanda, Lawrence, meanwhile, dealing with Asian Jeff, Oliver OG. You can't expend too much time, though, on these box fights. If you're not inside of zone already, you're just going to get held up by the rest of the lobby if you spend too long in these engagements.
There's a lot going on here. These teams below the surge. They only have a single elimination. Shots are coming in from Oliver OG and Asian Jeff. They are the ones who get punished first, but they do trade the tags there. It's not going to last very long, though. The numbers lagging behind just a tad bit there. And Xanda's fresh walls get targeted. Lawrence, the veteran here, have to fend for himself right now, and you hate to see it go down like this. All these material count, these extra heals, everything done almost perfectly except for the activity against other players.
And that's exactly
a tough one.
what I was trying to reference, but again, it's the nature of the game sometimes. A little replay action here. Peeking back in with Miro and Duke, and Miro, I mean, and yeah, if you're talking about them being an elimination machine, with aim like that, it's for good reason. Miro just so dependable when it comes to locking down his shots.
Pars and Baka, one of the last teams to rotate from the last zone. You can see the damage that had on them. They touch down late, they lose Baka in the forced exchange here to try to get above the surge. Pars now has to be careful though. Teams all around him here. He tries to do it again here. Bila cooking here. The edge of the storm as well, playing the gatekeeper right now.
Frenziato definitely getting a couple of tags. Nothing that Bila seems like he wants to fully commit to just yet. Seems as though Bila and Quanti are definitely content with their current position. Pars, on the other hand, again, just doing everything he can to try and squirm his way into the safety net of zone, but every direction, just gotta be so paranoid at this point inside of the mid-ground layers. If any of these duos recognize the fact that there's a solo lurking nearby, they'll pounce immediately into his box. Miro, meanwhile, getting a nice little refarm on some mats. Pars, again, so incredibly low, just doesn't have it left in the tank here. Finds his wall getting taken, and just not enough to keep it going, but there's still another lobby, still another chance.
Nope, missed the tag that mattered most right there. And you know what? This game's actually pretty exciting if you think about it. We started this off with 3 out of the 4 duos we highlighted at the top of the event tonight that are new duos that have to perform well. Miro and Dukes, of course, being the pedestal of the bulk as far as the performance is concerned right now, and damage was looking pretty solid there onto Bucky and Okus, and actually Okus ends up paying for it as another team jumps in, puts their opinion on top of things, and now Bucky is left by himself. More pressure from another duo down low. This is not looking good right now. Chubbs and Aviv still up 8 eliminations. They are right into the conversation right now.
Definitely looking pretty solid as far as their loadouts are concerned as well. Chubbs, Aviv just attacking the same wall, trying to see if they can apply any further pressure before they begin their own tarp forward through that mid-low ground territory. And Duke and Miro, though, front side of zone, completely low ground. Xavi and Neko in the opposite direction, though, playing that high ground currently is Miro and Duke. I mean, Miro is definitely a player that loves to try and control the low ground, just so aggressive with it as well. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG fending for their lives currently, and they will successfully push back onto Curse, but damage isn't done just yet. Bila, Quanti, they also want to make their marks in this lobby. Unfortunately, Bila will have to do it alone as Quanti goes down. Flopper has been dropped, and Bila will at the very least be able to pick up the medallions, but at the same time, that agility is speed. Or the aspect of speed, I should say.
Oh my gosh.
Could be
Bila
problematic.
found stiff down to the low ground there. I was going to say, I was just so distracted by Asian Jeff and Oliver for a second. You just see Bila in the corner of the screen catching a massive elimination there. Meanwhile, high ground, those Xavi and company setting themselves up to potentially win the game, but Bila has to clutch this out right now. He, of all the duos that were shaken up, jumping in here that need points, is the furthest below as far as points are concerned. This is big right here. Top 10, every single placement point matters, but eliminations are worth just as much too. Many players here surrounding Agent Jeff and Oliver OG, though. They're looking, where'd that guy go? He slipped away somehow. Meanwhile, Chubbs and Aviv still getting active here. That's their 10th elimination. That one's on to Duke.
Chubbs probably pretty pleased with that one. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, though, eliminating Day and Source. Massive refresh, one that they desperately needed to keep this lobby life going. But Miro Solo directly above Oliver OG and Asian Jeff, trying to hole up here for a second, wants to get reloads, make sure that his weapons are good to go. But Asian Jeff, Oliver, they're gonna get spotted out, instead pressured by another team. It's Chubbs, it's Aviv, extending another 2 eliminations in their favor. 12 in total as Byla now trying to escape their walls, but as a solo versus the likes of Aviv and Chubbs, it's just not enough. Miro still looking to play spoiler there if he can.
So I'll be honest right now, XD right here has a good amount of heals, but I don't think it's going to be enough to survive the storm here for much longer. He's going to jump on in. Xavi and crew should have honestly cakewalked their way through this victory royale, and it could just be because all the other teams needed that much more activity in order to perform and get up to the top of the standings. But Aviv might have just gotten away with murder. He snuck his way into the storm when Xavi jumped down onto XD on high ground. You have Neko still healing as well. I mean, Taco, it's a coin flip at this point. Who exactly has more heals? I don't know.
But for Neko, I'm having to believe that they probably ran out. Xavi seems to have made the call, though,
Flashes.
for where Aviv might be located. Aviv still trying to just kind of stay poised.
Oh, he got found out. He's in the box. It's going to be a 1v1.
Oh!
Aviv hits the tag there, Taco, in the end when it mattered most.
You really thought that's basically what Aviv said to Neko, but a pretty valiant attempt, though, from Neko. You could tell that they definitely did not have the heals to match what Aviv was working with. That's why we saw them drop from that safe position all the way up on the high ground. They knew they had to engage if they wanted any chance at winning this lobby.
Take a look, 6 HP, a singular moment away from it being completely wrapped. And Aviv and Chubbs do it again. Zeke, catch me up. What does this mean for this fresh duo right here?
Bro, there's no way, like a single tick to drop the 101 on the dome and then to send out the 35 almost simultaneously. We're talking like milliseconds, right? That almost could have gone either which way. Aviv, whoa, congrats on the victory out, and then Elim, that was nuts.
Seriously, perfectly played there by Aviv. I mean, the fact that, you know, technically speaking, Neko would have won if Neko didn't go down right there, right? If Aviv doesn't actually get that elimination before he goes down to Storm, because remember, Aviv had 6 HP right there at the end, then Neko would have won that one. So Aviv timing the re-engage perfectly gets the victory royale.
Absolutely incredible finality to that, but the entire run that we got to see for the end game of this duo of Aviv and Chubbs was just mind-blowing. The absolute control that they had from the low ground, which is what a lot of them, 15 eliminations. I am very, very excited to see them jump up our leaderboard with 232 points, 7 points. But of course, before we get into that, Vivid, we have to look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, they you know, a new duo kind of coming into this as well. Chubbs and Aviv absolutely showing off right here. And, you know, thinking about their duo right now, I'm taking a look at their match history. They've been playing pretty well throughout the day so far. For being a new duo, I mean, their last 3 games now with that first place, the other 2 were a 5th and a 2nd. So shout out to them. Clearly, the duo switch up, so in their favor.
Yeah, and an interesting stat that just popped up for me is that Aviv has one of the best accuracies. In fact, he led all of North America Central with a 24% accuracy during round 3, and that definitely showcased today here as he led the charge and was able to get that final shot. Accurate indeed.
This is just so disgusting. Like, Aviv, that was crazy. 10 elims on you as well. 15 for the duo in that game. That's what you need, right? We need the jump start. We just need to keep on cruising. We're trying to make upper bracket and semifinals, or hopefully at very worst lower bracket, right? And then we can fight our way back into finals. Man, oh man. I want to take a look at more highlights coming out. We had a couple from Miro in this one game we got to watch. Man, Miro is also just crazy, dude.
Yeah, this is actually a duo where there's a lot of questions about whether or not this duo was actually going to work. Remember, they have to perform very, very well today to actually go into the bracket play and, you know, showing up when it really matters. But Kelly, can you really ever count Miro out? Remember, you know, this was an old duo made of Bugha. Learned a lot from him, and you can't count Bugha out, and you can't count Miro out either.
You're right. Dukes and Miro have actually played. They say that they're a new duo, and I guess technically they are, but as a trio, they have competed together before, all the way back in Chapter 3, if I'm not mistaken, back when it was a trios competition. But I'm very excited to look at our leaderboard here. Pin and Pump leading the charge right now, but only a 1-point lead over Aviv and Chubbs. Dukes and Miro, you know, we were questioning these new duos, and Zeke, they seem to be doing fine.
They are firing on all cylinders. And in case you're wondering, like, wait, why have we not seen them? Like, how are they up there? It's because there's different lobbies all happening. So in their own games, they're crushing it. Hopefully we'll get to see them soon. But yeah, I mean, look at this top 10. This is insane. And one thing to point out, from 1st to 10th, almost, Vivid math, help, please, quick. 50 points? It was like 50 points. 40 points. Thank you. I don't know how to do math. I just know how to do meme.
Oh, God.
So like, a pretty big lead, but still, like, even just a single game could make the difference, right? You could jump from outside of that top 10 into the top 10 with one good game. And as we're starting to kind of get to the tail end of just today, many duos are probably thinking the same thing. We're not in lower brackets. What do we need to do to make sure we are?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? A lot of these newer duos, like we mentioned earlier, I don't know if it still stands, but a lot of the teams actually from Qualifier 1 Round 4 are the ones winning the games pretty much exclusively already here in Qualifier 2 Round 4. So for a lot of those new teams, to me, that kind of means that they're not necessarily winning games, which means that they're not necessarily getting as many points as they could be getting, which puts a big question mark on whether or not they'll actually be able to clutch up.
Listen, Zeke, you ask, what can they do to get these points? And I can tell you what to not do is what Baka and Pars did at the early game there, where they were essentially just playing a fishing simulator. I don't think it really worked out for them. I don't remember seeing them in the end game there, but they did have at least, I don't know, 50 fish collected by Zone 6. So if you're looking for what not to do, that's your example right there.
Man, that's crazy. Well, they tried to corner the market on the fishing, but it just didn't work out for them. But maybe this game will have more fish. I don't know. Let's just get back in the action. I want more Fortnite. Let's go.
Well, lucky for us, Zeke, we have plenty of Fortnite in front of us, and we get to tune in with one of our other favorite duos we want to see perform well this season. It's Cooper, it's Kanata, who are off to a pretty interesting tournament run so far. They are, I would say, in the middle of the upper half of the competition right now. Not doing great, not doing bad by any means, though. And this could be a game that's going to have a standout performance here, Tacos. They're already at 9 eliminations come in the midway point.
Definitely a strong start for this team in this lobby, but my primary concern is the fact that Kanata, Cooper, neither of them have full loadouts. Seems as though they've definitely struggled in terms of being able to maintain their white heels, probably because of the fact that they've been involved with so many engagements.
Yeah.
But at least they're winning them, 9 eliminations. It's just unfortunate that the teams that they're eliminating don't appear to have given them the resources that they probably should have been rewarded for after having gotten so many elims in the first place. But one thing that's really exciting about Kanata and Cooper is when you consider the factor that they're not just a new duo coming together, but also the fact that their initial drop spot at the Marigold was taken away right before they actually entered week 1 of the competition, right? So I think it's definitely been tough for Kanata and Cooper to essentially find their new drop spot identity. But once they do kind of lock that down, which I'm confident a duo as prominent as them will be able to eventually find, they're going to be, I think, quite the force to be reckoned with. But of course, that being said, for right now, their only focus seems to be on just trying to find some sort of refresh that'll give them the white heals that they need to continue farming up eliminations in this lobby.
That's a really good point. I think if you put their performance on a graph, the trajectory is moving in the right direction. We'll see what happens as they start, like you said, to really settle in and find their place here on the map. But Skittles and Trashy here, they play for some early high ground in Zone 7. They do seem to have the more dominant position. The tree separates them from the line of sight of the duo next door, so... Oh, I thought someone landed on Skittles for a second. I was like, what just happened? It's just Trashy coming back up to high ground right now.
How often do you think jump scares actually happen, though, with duos?
In-game?
For sure, like, just not expecting your teammate to just come up behind you. Quinn, seems like he found company he didn't want either in the low ground here. So many teams duking it out. Congestion rampant on this west side of zone.
You think of this, mixing a pocket below the surge right now. duo jumping in. Love the wall take here. Will they go for the edit? No, the pre-edit instead. The quick finish there. Nicely done to keep them right in the game. I mean, that's how you do it, and that's really how you want to do it. Quick and easy. You need the big damage there. You really don't want to find a drawn-out battle, but you don't want to sit and burn your heals either. I really do like the proactivity we've seen come into motion right there.
And this is also crucial for Mixin and Paco, as they catch Ghouls a little bit on that rotation alongside his duo Tan Man. But what I want to say is that Mixin and Paco, you have to remember, when they played Major 1 on EU, they didn't even qualify for their region's grand. So now that they're on vacation, as they say, and they're situated in Dallas on 0 ping, they're trying to qual in North America for their first grands of Chapter 5. And Bolt's looking to try and shut that dream down for anybody that seems to encounter him. Nice elimination there.
Yeah, you're platforming up, you know, of course, the EU duo that touched down on the NA, but the action is really getting started right now as we're in the end game here. Kanata gets saved by Cooper here. Quick splash comes down to keep him alive. Zone's done a lot of damage to his duo, but they're at 12 elims here. Plenty of material here to go ahead and bounce back and find, really battle their way to a refresher. That'll likely have to be what happens here shortly. Meanwhile, Paco and Mixin from no storm surge to high ground and height set up. Don't know how you turn that back around. That was a quick turn of events for them. Meanwhile, Cam and Diminish, the team that started off the first game hot in first place on the overall standings, has found them way down here. They have a lot of room to make up for, but look, you let your guard down for Mixin and Paco, and all of a sudden, another team snipes it. Just like that, Trashy and Skittles are now turning all focus here on the second height team.
Trashy and Skittles also going to be a menacing duo to try and take height from, given that they have that Cerberus medallion. Kanata, though, could care less. Raining terror on that secondary height. Flacco immediately pieced up by Kanata, but Kanata has lost Cooper in the process, so unfortunately, he'll be forced to continue the rest of this match as a solo. 13 eliminations in total, though, for this team. So 26 points off their elims alone. It's definitely a nice place to be, but you know Kanata, he always wants more.
That's definitely right, but the prize is in the details right here, as Kanata has spotted out a few players. He's going to opt in to just go ahead and slow it down for a second, play the med kit here, buy him some time, allow the other players to distance themselves and maybe get into a fight, but on high ground, it shakes up again. Bolts and Bryce target the team up top, and then they get crushed out as Cam and Diminish failed to maintain height here. Paco and Mixin failed to maintain it as well, and I think, I was gonna say, I don't think that's gonna be the last of them as the battle just breaks out before we realize it. Bolt is taken out by the hands of Diminish. It does seem like they just had ego step right on in. Cam and company jump right back into the swing of things, and look at that, plenty of heals here to bounce back, but the fact that he's holding on to it, Cam is telling us that he wants to play for the heal off, and he's willing to trade out his duo here in this endgame.
But Trashy still holding on to that Cerberus medallion, I believe. That aspect of agility saving him, because he doesn't have many builds to work with. Still able to just dash forward, kind of hold on to his resources as long as possible as far as materials are concerned. Finds an opportunity. It's going to be onto Bryce, but needs to confirm the elimination, and he does. Now he just needs to make sure that he stays inside his zone, but doesn't actually get a chance to blow the rewards of that elimination aside from the 2 points. No refresh just yet. Trashy still in a tough spot, and sure enough, will finally get cleaned up on the low ground. Zero now in control of that aspect of agility, I believe.
Straight melts it down low, but Cam jumps down. This is the win condition. Cam has the win condition, and he is nearly tossing this game in the air at this point. I'm not sure why he would decide to do this, but hey, those sweet, sweet points are definitely all the more worth it. Luckily, it does seem like the teams that are on the edge of the storm do not have a means to survive for much longer. And they bounce back a little too far. Yes, great hold here. Cam finds the elimination there, and it should just be a matter of moments before it's all over. Masuso There it is. He's waded out to second place. I think he recognizes this is the run, and Cam and Aminish are just waiting this one out. Looking back here, all the time in the world, Cam's going to go and hop back in, and Taco, this is a good game for Aminish and Cam. They really had to work for it as they fought their way back and forth for the high ground to go and close this one out.
Can we just talk about how rapidly this lobby thinned out, though? I feel like one moment we're scoping in onto Kanata and Cooper, and the next thing we know, it's just Cam and Aminish slam dunking from the high ground. A nice job as well. Cam definitely took a little bit more of a risky approach there, as you pointed out, with that drop to low ground, but that attempt to play Disruptor certainly panned out. When Geeky eliminated means that all the pressure was onto Soso and just nowhere left to run once Cam started sniffing him out.
Great game for Cam and Aminish. They wrap things up here, and that'll surely toss them on up. Zeke, what do you think about that one?
Hey, listen, a victory out with double-digit eliminations. That's what I like to see. Okay, let's get more of those for more points. All right, Cam and Aminish, we saw them earlier on in the day, and we even saw that they were leading the pack for a little while. And when you guys see these standings, you're going to see there's been some developments. But until then, for Cam and Aminish, a victory out, 11 elims, that's huge.
Zeke, always with the wandering eye over there towards the leaderboard. I see you. Cam and Aminish, the wandering eye for this duo. It was Cam on the low ground, trying to find as many eliminations as possible. You know, it's not often, Kelly, where we see a team when they're on the high ground, they have full control of it, and one of them just drops down on the low ground. There's no builds underneath them. They're just going for the eliminations. That was Cam in that instance, with the support from Aminish, who was up on top. Well done.
Well, you're talking about the Wandering Eye, and that Wandering Eye started around Zone 10 when they were looking to take height away from Bolts and Bryce, and they did just that, and I think this actually might be the moment right here. Such a sneaky, close play, and I think these height steals are kind of throwing our high ground teams for a loop, but Aminish and Cam were able to hold out that high ground for the rest of the game, and like you were saying with that Wandering Eye, well, why not go for eliminations if you're already feeling confident, Vivid? 11 eliminations in a VR is better than 6 eliminations in a VR.
Yeah, crazy enough, you know, you're kind of talking about the high ground takes right there, and honestly, high ground takes throughout the round 4s combined between qualifiers at 1 and 2 last weekend and this weekend. It's been an average of 7 switches on the high ground per game. So teams are trying to fight for it, and more than just a few indeed. So teams definitely got to fight pretty hard or go at a timely moment to make sure that they can secure it. For Cam and Aminish, they got that figured out.
That is a crazy stat, right? To consider that every game, it's changing hands every single time, right? And this is just because of this format, right? In set lobbies, it probably won't be like this, but that is a crazy stat. Okay. I promised you some things have changed in the standings. Ooh. Let's take a look together, okay? Just take a little look at this, okay? Who's in that number 1 spot? Who do you think it is? It's Peterbot and Poyo. Now, here's the thing, okay? You're probably like, what? Wait, Zeke, what happened? Remember that game? We saw them a couple games ago. They have 23 elims, right? Second game after that, 15th place, 14 elims.
Okay.
The game they just had, 4th place, 24 elims. Guys, they're ramping up. Somebody stop them.
No, Zeke. I think you need to go into the back and make sure everything's okay with the leaderboard, because I could have swore, did I say 82 eliminations? That can't be right. No. I refuse to believe 82 eliminations for Peterbot and Poyo. How?
But I love the difference that we're seeing here from 1st and 2nd place, where there's only a 10-point difference.
Oh, yeah.
A 50 elimination difference. But Muzz and Paper with 3 victory royales once again show that, listen, you can go for the eliminations, but I'm going to be making it to the end game over and over again. And although Peterbot and Poyo, with the way that they're going, can clearly grab even more eliminations, they do only have 3 more available games because they've only played 7, compared to Muzz and Paper, who've only played 4 games.
It's crazy for sure out here in these streets. Now, we're getting ready because we have more games to go. Remember, we're starting to close these down very quickly, so players need to get back in this queue, or they need to last as long as possible in these games to maximize their point threshold, because we are coming down to the wire. With that being said, MDF Taco, over to you.
Is that facts? Like, are we seeing Muzz and Paper on is that 3 wins back to back potentially right there?
That is looking like a little bit of a 3-peat from Muzz and Paper. They have certainly been on demon time today, and much needed as well. What better time could you ask for that kind of performance than in week 2? Because keep in mind, next week going to be our bye week, and then week after that is where we're leading into semis. And Muzz and Paper, they want to make sure that they are locking down that upper bracket for semis.
Something to think about too, you could be at this position in the game and there's like 45 minutes left in the queue, so you could get 3 full games in. So even if you blew through 7 rounds, right around this time right here, if you just slow things down and play for endgame and make all the end games, you could get full games out of the way, which is, you know, something very interesting to think about as well as far as pacing is concerned. We see this a lot where teams don't really utilize all their games, which kind of means they didn't make as many points as they probably could have. Quanti here. He's got a down Byla. This is everything, essentially, for this game right now. Very important moment for him to not throw this one. He has to win this 1v1. He does have the disadvantage, but the tags are good. That's going to give him a little bit of confidence there. And he still has the bait of Byla's down body. He's always going to keep the pressure here onto Evges. Look, he's going to toss his teammate out. He's
Maybe a little too
this
far.
Is desperate. No, a little too far there, Taco.
Unlucky, but at the same time, it almost sounded like a little bit of third-party assistance coming into play. You could see a team potentially looking to close in on this 1v1 situation. Quanti at least able to pick up Byla's reboot card. And with the entrance of that new duo, that might just be the bailout point here for Evagas and Quanti. Quanti potentially stuck in a worse position than what he initially was, just because of where that new duo has actually situated themselves at. And it's definitely going to be rough for Quanti and Byla to see an endgame here. If Quanti can even escape this initial aggression from Builds and Doom, a duo that's likely looking to try and establish some surge with 0 eliminations, but a decent loadout. It does appear as though Surge is the one thing that Builds and Doom are lacking here, but they might have lost their chance. Quanti, sneaky and sly as ever, managing to work his way out of that hillside position, which is a very fortunate circumstance. Now it's all about getting to the reboot van, and kind of touching on what you were alluding to earlier on MDF, time management is a skill when it comes to the lobby completion factor.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, you really have to try to optimize, especially if you're not playing the best of games, right? If you're find yourself making it to, let's just call it somewhere around the mid game, right? You committed those 15 minutes, those 10, 15, 20 minutes of game, and you're not really getting big points. Maybe you should start keying a little sooner, right? Not blowing all of your time chasing placement, and instead trying to pad up some eliminations. That's what those extra rounds are there for, to see if you can have that momentum start and then take that confidence into the end game. In fact, you'll probably be better off for it, as you're going to feel more confident, you're going to feel better. So we're in Sprite, one of the few teams that have had, you know, kind of this 150-ish point middling game. They had a chance at the top of the standings, but lost their stride for a moment there. What are they up to? Are they looking for someone or just seeing what they can find here on the backside of Storm?
No, it's probably a bunker play that Sprite and Shore were contemplating going for. Just a little bit north from their current position. Whether or not it'll actually work out in their favor, because there could be some nice leftovers from the bunker, even though teams are pretty quick to pounce on it as soon as it spawns in that third zone. You never know what they might be forced to leave behind. So, could be an interesting circumstance that works out in Sprite and Shore's favor. At the very least, they've likely scouted out that there was a duo still lurking nearby that bunker north from there. Last seen position is now School and Thoric. Just seeing a lot of teams kind of boxed up currently. It's just, do I even read it at this point? Like, that's the real question.
All right, what's your Twitter?
He's got some intentions, you know. Maybe if he gets the Dreamin' merch first, you know.
Get at least 100 points, all right? Then we'll talk. 54 right now. Little bit of a ways to go here.
Show him that you're worth it, right? All about earning that spot. It's what all these teams are trying to do in the first place, is earn their spot in the series points for that semis position, whether it's upper or lower bracket.
Little bush action here from Donnie and King. I like this play too because they're not in the safe zone, so they're definitely in the crosshairs and the pathing of duos that are going to come. It's a great pickup from the observers. Let's see if they actually successfully land the shots. That's what's going to matter most. Little did they know, team is right up to their right here. Donnie hears the builds coming in. Those teams pre-fire the bush, and this is why you need to check those bushes. This is why all the top-tier pros would never, ever jump past this bush right here, especially if it's by the edge of the zone. Rat gun, I hope you learned a lesson here today, because that was almost Fortnite rotation 101, and he failed the test.
Sometimes losing is learning, and for good reason. Unfortunate that that's the way Rat Gun had to experience a learning moment, but it is what it is at this point, MDF. And right now, King and Donniebot trying to do their best now to fend off Staxaruni and Mystic. They've got a little bit of space between them, some of their pre-existing builds, but they still want to be cautious on their approach. You can usually get a pretty good idea of the caliber of team that you are dealing with that initial skirmish of a box fight, and Staxaruni trying to do his best to clear out some of these old ramps, some of these old walls. King 1 and Donnie, though, not ones to let up by any means. Also trying to take advantage of some players lifting in a little bit late here, but no shots are going to be able to connect. Instead, they've just got to make sure that they maintain a good distance on their backside, but the zone is pulling in. And that's going to be the go sign for all of these teams that don't want to get caught on the outsides of the edge of zone.
You know, if Fortnite competitive ever gives us a chance to take over the socials, that's what I'm going to post. Sometimes losing is winning dash taco 2024. And no context, just like that.
Well, technically learning, but you know.
It's just good, it's good.
Words can mean the same sometimes.
Take a look at this spot. Quanti and Bala come flying out the edge of the zone, barely in. He finds himself a nice little sweet spot. Meanwhile, no Bucky here. Okis left to fend for himself. Great pre-fire attack right there. That was just excellent damage right here. You can really see how he demanded the respect from Murubi up top. Only 5 below too. What a shame. This is the single tag. One of the only players just right there on the threshold.
But even if Okis survives this, his issue is going to be what lies ahead from this position. Duos already poised above Murubi in his current position, and now Aviv, Chubbs potentially having heard crack shields. They want their opportunity for a freebie pickup. Murubi trying to create a little bit of space here, but Aviv just a little bit quicker. Gonna look for a different angle of approach here while Chubbs continues to aggress on the front side, and it's Okis that they run into. Poor Okis, just a pure victim after having just escaped such a problematic scenario against the likes of Murubi. Now he's still got to deal with Aviv and Chubbs, an even more dastardly duo to deal with in the first place. And that's going to be the last of Okis' fizz that he's going to be forced to expend here, as well as his remaining dash. Absolute shambles position, but Okis still trying to keep it alive for the 3-1-3 for Bucky.
Oh, Aviv lost him there too. Well played by Okis. Getting low inside the builds right here. Aviv fully exposed right now. There's no resistance up top. This is all their territory to essentially play for. The Fortnite GOAT and Soul TV get punished for trying to peek there. And Okis lives to see another day. A couple moments longer here. Very odd situation to be in. But look at that. He finds some heals here. Left inside this catacomb of worth of old builds. And Aviv and Chubbs are too distracted now to come down and finish what they started. Meanwhile, Bala and Quanti from the last team to rotate into the zone. Now set up already. Oh, they're going to look for the fight here too, potentially. I'm going to get some cheeky tags. Let's see it.
Quanti is still holding on to that waterbending mythic, so knowing that the drop-off isn't going to be an issue here, he could be looking for a prime opportunity, try and establish some territory on height where the waterbending mythic would work best if he's able to go for the long-range engagements. But he's going to have to work his way through some other teams first, and Okus just trying to find a solid refresh opportunity. His one silver lining being the fact that when we last checked in, he was almost 700 damage above that surge threshold, so that has bought him a good amount of time in terms of how pressured he actually is for these rotations. He's probably going to be able to play a little bit more towards the backside of zone, likely going to stick to the low ground as well, see if he can find another solo or even a split-up duo that he can look for that refresh opportunity on. But he needs one desperately, and it needs to happen ASAP because... Ooh. Just lost my train of thought watching that.
That was a great tag from School FN. The fact he didn't even go to finish it. He shot and just looked away. It's just a fade away right there. I was like, yeah, I know he's going to build. It's all good. I'll take the damage. And immediately focuses elsewhere. Okay, so our high ground team is definitely locked in right now. Okus is on the front side of this. Oh, no, he's actually on the back of the zone for the rotate right now. Player in the box, close to getting the finish there, but not enough damage. It's going to come through. Meanwhile, Quanti does get that range that he was looking for to really optimize. But the Mythic switches to the shotgun just in time and finds elimination. What was that? School walking to the wrong box. This is our high ground team, by the way, who is lurking behind just a little too long.
School and Quanti just both look like neither of them anticipated the other to be there in that moment, just fully caught by surprise.
You asked about jump scares. I think that was one of them for sure.
Easily, but Thoric still trying to control some semblance of high ground play here. Teams haven't necessarily spotted out the fact that it's a solo on height, but Thoric also just focused more so on trying to get his white heels back up. Medkit gonna get him at least towards 86. So it's enough health to still try and be somewhat aggressive from the high ground, at least for the time being, but higher, Playify, they're working their way through these mid-ground layers currently. Banana and Flowberries gonna get expended here, and Chubbs, Aviv, looking to just jump right in to another team's box, but Chubbs not expecting the bite back, and that's gonna be the end of his run in this match.
Yeah, but listen, Aviv and Chubbs are working their way to a top 10 right now. These placement points are critical, but the eliminations are equally important. Well played for Aviv right there to get the excellent find. And picks up the heals too. Meanwhile, higher and Playify, they've already shown us excellence coming out of game one. Their timing was impeccable, and look at this. Showing it once again here. When they're in the end game, their decision making just seems very, very well. King 1. First time we're seeing Expo here in this end game. Thoric still solo, holding high ground. Blocks out H-Cube and tries to go for high ground. Has to hit the falling shotgun shot. I don't think he finds it, but Blue Cow and Havoc here are in control now. 5 elims, high ground with material. This is their game to win, essentially.
Could be a problem, though, for everybody underneath them. One thing to point out, though, Aviv did have 500 metal. So max metal is definitely the kind of position you want to be if you're forced to play through the low ground. Although he's ran out of it rapidly. As quickly as he found it, it is depleted once again. This refresh, though, onto higher doesn't actually get a chance to collect the loot off the body just yet. Knows that he has to keep moving forward. The banana gonna help him expedite his movement towards that front side of zone. He's just gonna hover the low ground. Teams kind of clearing themselves out, now getting a chance to look back. H-Cube depleted. Medallion gonna be picked up there for Aviv as well. Thoric gonna fall next, but that's a saving grace moment from Havoc up above. Potentially winnable.
They're gonna come down, so Aviv has a chance right now. Havoc is fully healthy, though. He did manage to find some HP, but the duo mate is not so much. And then you have Playify lurking behind, so Aviv jumps over, finds a huge tag, but no, it's not gonna be enough, and Playify is surely not gonna have enough HP to survive the storm there. and our high ground team, Blue and Havoc, win the game there in great fashion as well.
Yeah, they did an excellent job of just staying side by side. They kind of recognize the fact we are one of the only duos still left standing at this point. Although I respect the attempt from Aviv. He tried to overtake, ramping up. It looked for the jump shots, but unfortunately just unable to connect. Havoc and Blue, what a show to close this lobby out for themselves. Some nice placement points to build their way up on the leaderboard, but we get to check in with Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to see how things are actually shaping up.
Victory Royale for Havoc and Blue, and of course paired up the eliminations. Remember, every single one of these points is going to make a difference, right? These guys picking this up, especially now, this could be such a big game changer for the duo. So I'm excited to see that they were able to pull this off. And honestly, when you just look at it like a technical standpoint, they had plenty of builds. They had the heal off ready. These guys got a textbook win here.
Yeah, huge win for Havoc and Blue. As you can see there, both of them channeling their inner Marius with the cows at the end of the name right there. And yeah, showing up just as big as he did over on EU. Getting the dub here. Yeah, just a typical, hey, listen, they had the awareness to see that Thork, who, by the way, I have no idea how Thork was on high ground for pretty much that entire endgame as a solo, finally gets sought out. And yeah, they just go ahead and steal the high ground away. Aviv and Qualifier both playing the heal off, finally jumping in, trying to get a last couple of points with elims maybe, but unfortunately no heals, no HP left to do it. They go down.
What I love from the Cowboys there is the dropping from height. They had such a extreme height difference, and they didn't really have the weapons to kind of allow them to get elimination points. So bit by bit, they kind of lowered height without sacrificing it, and I thought that was kind of a pivotal part of their success in that end game.
Okay, I like it. All right, we've got our standings. All right, again, starting to get ever closer here to closing down the queues. We've got a couple more games, just a little bit of time left for a lot of these players. Let's take a look at our standings. Buzz and paper. Okay. They finally said, Peterbot, Poyo, we've had enough. You've got 7 games under your belt. We've got 5 games under our belt. And now we're going to take over. But Pen and Pump as well. It's like we've done like a full like swap or Rooney, you know, before it was Peterbot and Poyo that were ahead of the duel, right? And it was 1 point separating them. And then now we've done the same thing. We've swapped around, but now it's a Muzz and Paper and Pen and Pump show. Like, this is crazy.
You know, I love to go ahead and throw a little question mark into the mix right here. It seems like Peterbot and Poyo exited their last game about 30 minutes ago, and they haven't recorded one in the last 30 minutes. So I'm just saying they're probably in an end game right now, which means they probably got like 50 eliminations. But let's go ahead and check out a team that's been a little bit more consistent in terms of placement points. Got to be Aviv and Chubbs, right? We kind of got to catch them out in multiple end games throughout the day, Kelly. And the fact that they're kind of a new duo, right? A lot of question marks coming into a lot of the new duos. Usually it's hard to do good as a new duo, but they are proving that statistic wrong very, very easily.
It's still, though, a little on the fence for me, where Chubbs and Aviv are struggling to get Storm Surge tags, and we can actually see that they were below Storm Surge around Zone 8 there. Luckily able to recover with all the players going down, so it wasn't too much of a detriment to them. But clearly, this mid-game issue isn't that much of an issue, because their worst performance they've had so far was 26th place. Beyond that, they've got a 2nd, a 5th, and a 1st place. Both that 2nd and 1st double-digit elimination games coming out of there. So again, I would love to see just a little bit of fine-tuning, especially with them being a new duo. That's to be expected, but it seems like this is really working out for them, and I'm excited to see if they're going to go into the semifinals as this duo.
Guys, I've got an update. Remember when we looked at those standings and Peterbot and Poyo were in 3rd place? Okay, well, they just updated for us. Thank you, production team. They just had a game. 18th place, 14 eliminations. We got too comfortable, okay? We tried to keep out the myths. I'm sorry for being a mere mortal. That's a seasonal reference. But these guys are going absolutely crazy. Now, they have 8 games completed, so technically they have 2 more to go in just like the next little bit. So if they do it again, they can just do that twice, right? Hop in, 14 eliminations, bounce. Go back in, 14 eliminations, bounce. And then they've just won, you know, week number 2.
I have a feeling next time we see them update one of their games on the leaderboard, I feel like that elim category right there is going to have 3 digits in it instead of 2. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this next game's gonna go.
Well, we just jump right into it, right? More games, more action. Booga Agers, what are they up to? Let's find out together.
Booga and Ager, Zeke. You chose Booga and I'm kidding. Zeke doesn't get to choose the games. Everyone slow
What do you mean?
down.
He picks everything. He controls the zones, the games. Come on, MDF. The narrative.
That's great. Love to see it. Well, we're jumping in here. 4th zone, so early game is gone. It's out the window. Getting right into the thick of things here. It's a team holding up its position up top, so this is not a safe spot by any means to sit around for too much longer. And as you can see, the damage does start to add up here.
And having just had 3 med kits makes sense why Booga and Agers were willing to bide their time, wait before opting to rotate in. Off the launch pad, but again, Booga Agers, a team quick on the approach there to Rift Island, could be very troublesome for the other duo that was sitting up above. Itoshi and Larson, though. And you know what this is really looking like to me, MDF? It's we might finally get a visual of what I personally view as some of the worst zones to deal with, the ones that pull towards that southeast side of the map, the Mount Olympus zones of doom, essentially, because dealing with the elevation changes is just so problematic for even the best teams.
Yeah, but you know what? We kind of need it. Let's be honest. Let's mix things up. We're in the last couple of games here worth
it's
of
not
coverage.
me.
You know, and this is what Zeke wanted. Clearly, he's pressed the button. He pressed the mountain button. And we're going right into that treacherous territory. First time we're seeing Chimp and Scissors here as a highlighted duo. Take a look at the standings as well if you're just tuning in. Muzz and Paper up at the top. And Pen and Pump, Clicks and Epic Whale, Aviv and Chubbs. We were asking, can they go straight to uppers? I mean, Aviv and Chubbs could just be having that victory run that you'd hope for.
It's definitely very promising for them being 5th currently on the leaderboards this late into week 2's competition. But again, still got to close it out. Can't get too excited. Never know when other teams might decide to try and play leapfrog with the leaderboards. And again, every single one of these duos competing, all of them with upper bracket on their mind. Just so much easier to get that qual spot to grands from an upper bracket semis run. But at the end of the day, these teams honestly would just be happy to make it into semis in the first place, even if it means going through the lower bracket.
Yeah, this lobby is in a very interesting position because I'm sure they're all also just, you know, hawking the clock. They're looking at what's going on there, and they're saying to themselves, man, we only got about 20 minutes before the queue closes out. Do we key this game? Do we play this one out? Like, is it worth it? What are our odds right here? So I'm going to assume that every team that's sitting around right now has very, very good loadouts, and every team we've kind of jumped in with so far as well are pretty much situated. So I think this is going to be a pretty tough game, and it's going to be a telling game.
We got a little glimpse there of Nate Hill, though. Another big player as far as content creation is concerned, but the focus right now onto Antonio. Zipline action to aggress into the box, and a nice knock to go with it. 2 very well-deserved eliminations for Antonio and Roll, but again, you've got to keep the momentum building. And you can see Antonio a little bit concerned here about needing to refarm some wood, but as far as hard material is concerned, definitely in a good spot.
Town Aiden pressure coming in from teams up above. It's that elevation starting to come into place here. You see it, hand cannon, heavy ARs on the other side. I'm gonna rotate, actually. It's a hunt, it's a beat down. What's going on here? Big tag onto Cruisin'. Shut him down. That's going to bring this duo up to 8 eliminations. Antonio and ZNO coming up out of nowhere.
Definitely a team that is getting very active. And that's the other thing, too, though. That's kind of a reoccurring theme that we saw in week 1. As the tournament for today goes later and later, MDF, we start to see these lobbies begin to thin out so much quicker than at the starting point of the day. It's almost as if teams that are kind of recognizing the fact of like, hey, we might not have enough time to finish playing through all of our matches. Let's just go for those high elimination factors, as you had mentioned earlier on. It definitely seems to be in the back of the mind, at least for Antonio. And it's been a relatively successful endeavor, this match so far.
Carrots on the move. A long way to go. But I agree with you. You got to take your wins as they come. Sometimes it is a matter of inches.
But that can lead to miles.
Is that really Nate Hill? What is going on right now?
No, he actually qualified for this week. Yep.
I heard 72 hours somewhere out there. Like, what is going on this week?
No, it was insane because it was in his last lobby that he was in. He had 176 points, and for Qual, it was looking roughly around like 213 for round 4. And his duo actually solo clutched their position to be here today. An incredible feat to overcome. So to see them with 136 points on the day so far indicates that they've definitely been making the most of that lifeline they were extended to participate here in round 4 today.
I really do respect Nate Hill's ability to compete even after all these years. Same as Booga, same as Agers. And they up on high ground. They're trying to win this one from the Rift Island. You have a lot of other action going on right now, though. You saw Antonio and Zeno. They were at elims. You looked away. Well, guess what? They're at 10 now. Really, really trying to jump back into these points right now in the final moments. It's like the marathon stretch here, right? Mental fatigue starts to set in. You've had a long tournament, but you never really give up, and then you have a game like this for Antonio and Zeno, really showing and proving to themselves that anything is possible. And monstrous games can come up out of nowhere.
For sure, but you definitely have to favor Booga and Ager's positioning here currently, being able to utilize the launch pad at Rift Island to make their rotate all the easier, and more importantly of all, maintain elevation over a lot of these other teams. Because again, doesn't seem as though they're gonna wind up actually at Mount Olympus of Doom, but still a treacherous position for a lot of these teams, kind of straggling more towards the outskirts, edge of zone area. Antonio roll another one onto Inks and Pandy. Unfortunate. Pandy might still be going. Pandy season. And Inkins, keep in mind, that was a team that made it through in week 1, likely looking pretty solid as far as semis is concerned, but still would, of course, like that upper bracket.
Move on the move right now. They gave up the Rift Island to get to the front side of zone. Lands right on top of Chimp, but no. He's treated to try to stabilize himself here, but shots are coming in. The pressure. Too many angles are available right now. It's Visual and Braids right here. Little did they know, they are bringing on a world of trouble here for Booga and Agers. You have to assume a good chunk of their material is burnt right there that quickly.
Just no worse feeling, honestly. Visuals, though, beaming with the DMR. Hunter's DMR can definitely be super problematic when a player with solid accuracy gets a scope on it. And Visuals now going to take this opportunity. Jump forward, front side. Low ground, though, a little bit more towards that mid-ground area. But Booga and Agers, solid recovery. That was a refresh that they desperately needed. 16 builds back up to 71. So, yeah, for sure had their materials burnt by Visuals and Braids.
From the low ground, way on up, action on the backside of the storm line, Antonio and Zeno. This is exactly what I wanted to see happen. I wanted to see a team find incredible amounts of confidence and then watch that confidence translate into what could be, you know, the best game of their tournament that they've had so far. And I feel like we're watching that play out right now for Zeno and Antonio, as they've almost proven to themselves they can do it. 12 eliminations, but even though high ground is theirs at the moment, the pressure comes in. You cannot let your guard down, and no, they get broken out from the side. Tony and the Cat come in out of nowhere right now and crush their high ground dreams, but it's not over yet.
A lot of high ground swappage taking place throughout the course of today, usually several times over and then some in a lot of these lobbies. Scissor and Chimp, they've kind of just been huddled more towards the low ground, and for what it's worth, definitely finding an ample amount of materials and refreshes. Essentially 8 eliminations spread between the two of them. Visuals Braid still only working with the 1, but at the same time, they've had a pretty successful time kind of just waiting things out in some of that mid-ground area. Tony, Cat, again, just the team looking to ensure that they don't get height stripped away from them. Good suppressive fire into all these low ground layers.
Still on the move right now. Ooh, Zeno is down. Top 10 here for Antonio. Finally breaks into that 200-point threshold here. Aegis and Bugha battle their way back out of it, but we see the damage has been done to their material counts. They need this elimination right here. In fact, they'll need a lot more here shortly afterwards as well. Visuals, one of the other solos in here. A lot of solos in the mix right now. Zeno falls there to the hands of Chimp. Visuals jumps in the box and he gets taken out as well. It's Tony and Honk from up top. We just talked about them playing the disruptor here. They're running out of mats as well. You know, it's gonna really still go any way. I'm not seeing a win condition in anyone's inventory, but no, Agers lets his guard down. The builds were taken, and it's not looking good for Bugha either.
The win con for Bugha and Agers might have just been eliminated, as Bugha has a solo now, joining the rest of them. A little bit of flow Berry Fizz left to work with, though, and it doesn't matter because Tony is just going to outright challenge the champ. Elimination too clean there. Tony, Cat, their seizure of the high ground seemingly panning out, but sure enough, Chimp and Scissor trying to shut it down best they can, but with 10 splashes, 2 medkits, and a banana. Chimp and Scissor, unless Storm Sickness applies, Cat might just run away with it.
Yeah, this is not looking too hot right now for everyone sitting on the other side. Cat has so much heals here to work with. He's far off in the distance. I think this is wraps right now, even for Scissors here, and there it is. They even try to break out high ground. You know what? You got to respect the team that is willing to fight all the way through to the end. That is how you do it here on the qualifier stage, on the FNCS stage, and honestly, well played for Cat and Tony.
Yeah, they did an excellent job. They seized their opportunity to overtake high ground from Antonio and Zeno, and they did an excellent job pushing that team out. And once they had high ground, Tony as well didn't let up the pressure. Was finding consistent eliminations there to pair things up, tee them up for this finish.
Take a look at that. Honky Cat with a good win there. Well played for him. Tony, you know what? Because they get a win, and that's all that matters here for the qualifier too of week number 2, and that should jump them up. Zeke, give us an update on the standings, man. Where are we?
I've got an update here for you shortly. Really quickly, a big shout out to the duo getting themselves the victory royale. Cat was so deep in Storm. Like, that's the way you play the heal off, right? You play so far in the Storm that there's no one can reach you. We've seen a couple of similar situations happen where you're playing basically as the circle closes, and whoever is nearby, they just go, hey, you're either directly above me or directly below me. I'm gonna find you, track you down, and that game ends. But for Honky Cat here, staying deep in the Storm, so many splashes, good victory royale.
Yeah, there's definitely 2 ways to play that heal off, where, like you were saying, we've seen players kind of just drop down once they have the heals, and we even saw it earlier today where one of them was just kind of hiding behind a build and hoping that no one was able to see any of their movement. But for this Honky Cat, by running far, far away, essentially as soon as his duo mate Tony dropped down, he started booking it towards the other end. He's running through all of the low ground mats, so he's going to be able to find even more heals, as well as separating himself from the duo that could easily take him out. So as far as heal-offs go, that was the way to play it.
Yeah, but a lot of their credit to how they actually went ahead and won that game was the high ground steal, right? Tanking zone and making sure they got the flank onto the high ground team. I believe that was Zeno who was up on the high ground, and we had actually been looking at Zeno, and he had like 120 plus build. I was like, oh my gosh, this team is 100% holding high ground for the rest of the game. And then 5 seconds later, here comes Honky Cat and Tony flying up to the high ground. I have no idea how they had enough heals for that hype play, tanking zone for that, and then winning via heal up as well. But shout out to them for that VR.
Yeah, as far as height steals go, it was a bit peculiar. It almost looked like Antonio and Zeno just weren't looking behind them. And as far as the new meta we've seen from height steals with this major is that players and teams will kind of wait and storm behind and then go up. So these duos now have to look to the teams in front of them, but also behind them as well when they're on height, because they don't want to get either chopped out from the low teams in the front or get snuck up on like what we just saw from Honky and Tony. And they did it with such ease as well. It looked like within a second the other team just kind of dropped down and gave it up.
Yeah, I guess maybe there was more to that duel, right? Maybe just, again, the chaotic nature of these lobbies. We have that full vision, but maybe for them, there's something maybe they were panicking about. But yeah, like you're saying, they should have known, right? Someone may look to try and challenge for high ground. You don't just get high ground and go, hey, it's cool, this is ours for the rest of the game. But man, still so many plays happen here in just this last game, and we'll have the standings for you guys in just a moment. But again, we're drawing very close. We only have a little bit longer for players to be able to jump in and get their final few games in. So expect to see big swings coming out of these standings not too long from now. Now, currently, Peterbot Poyo sitting in that #1 spot at 97 eliminations. Just to throw it out there, 104 is the current highest elimination record in this setting. They only have 1 game left to do it. They have 9 of 10 games left. So could they do it? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, but
So
you know,
we
listen, jumping down to some of other teams, right? On the second page here, I mean, Booga and Agers finding themselves towards the top of the leaderboard as well. I mean, hey, we've jumped into a couple of their games, Kelly. They've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking good indeed. And just below there, Kanata and Cooper. But Booga and Agers, though, anytime that another duo goes up against them, you know that it's going to just go the way of Booga and Agers. And Agers had such an okay run there. I mean, look how many eliminations he had. He had 10 eliminations or 8 eliminations at one point. But Booga did have to go into a solo run. And I believe he actually went down in 4th place right there. So a pretty good run from this duo. But you know that they won that victory royale.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's not forget, right? Booga switching teammates from Major 1 to Major 2, even after a decent performance with a V. So this switch had to be for some reason, and it's games like these that really make you be confident in Booga's decision, right? 8 eliminations on the duo of Agers right there. Booga so experienced, always making the right calls and able to clutch as well in the end. Duo's looking strong.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out 17th place, Honky Cat there with Tony. They jumped all the way up there, right? And especially after last week, they didn't have the best performance last week. But after just that single game, suddenly they're finding themselves in that top 20. They're looking to strike, hopefully up into the upper bracket. But at very minimum, they're going to make it into the lower bracket there. So that FNCS dream will continue to be alive. You'll love to see it. Now, getting close here, so we're going to get ready to jump back into the action, but stay locked in. These standings will continue to change. There's a couple more games left, a couple lobbies closing. Let's see how this all pans out. Casters, over to you.
All right, let's get right back into it. These are the last couple of games going down right now. There's roughly 5 minutes or so before the queue will close, and then that's it. You will be in the round that you're in, and you need to earn as much as you can before those leaderboards fully update. And the last game populates out the score. So Taco, I mean, what we've seen so far is definitely, I'd say, surprising set of results, if you will, right? You and I were speaking, of course, before the games kicked off. We're like, hey, this is the team that we think, you know, some of the new duos might do pretty well. And all of a sudden, I think there's a lot of great decisions that probably came out of teams switching up.
It's almost as if a vindictive nature of sorts has overtaken each and every single one of those teams. Because again, when you're the duo that gets replaced first, you want to prove that should have never happened in the first place, right? And you don't want to get too caught up in the nature of everything, but can't help but think that that's definitely added some fuel to the fire for a lot of the teams involved here today, especially those 4 that were involved in that very specific circumstance that we discussed earlier on.
Not only that, if they all end up obviously in the same upper or lower bracket, they will be contesting one another. Like, they are going to continue those feuds. So we're gonna have a very exciting set of FNCS in front of us in the weeks to come. I mean, you bet it, because the points that we've seen start to rack up here, a lot of those duo shakeups that came in the last moment today that had to perform have a lot of points, a significant amount of points, I would say, likely more than they scored in that first week with their first set of duos. So I am interested to see how things are going to shake up.
Again, it'll definitely be some fun content, that's for sure. But this lobby right here, MDF, the way that it has completely just been an elimination frenzy from the looks of things. We are only in the 8th zone, by the way. And just look at how many players remain.
Oh, yeah.
Tenley and Sharkman. They've got 3 limbs spread between the 2 of them. Thunderpump and Give Me a PC. Kind of just watching the accumulation of limbs take place beneath them. They don't actually have any of their own just yet.
Someone on the team is definitely a fan of Clicks Give Me a PC. As we see him again, he's got high ground. It's looking good. Elsa and Pleasure turning up on the low ground right now. 8 eliminations. And mind you, this one is going to wrap up fairly shortly, pretty quickly. And I hope we're gearing up to hop into other lobbies, because there is definitely going to be some other action in play right now for any lobbies that kicked off a little bit later, because this shows us that this game, you know, started long before the lobby queue was closing.
Yeah, and you can definitely see some of the way that these teams are kind of spread throughout the low ground of this match here. I think a lot of these teams kind of trying to hover that river of sticks that runs through the heart of Grim Gate here. Just provides so much escape opportunity, as well as height overtake opportunity, as well as just aggression into box fighting opportunity. So a lot of prime options, I think, that these teams are kind of being left over with. Lawrence and Xanda have certainly taken advantage of the situation from what it appears. 12 eliminations in total, and definitely still trying to keep it going.
Yeah, they've really found their foundation here in this game. Let's see what's going to happen there. Decisions. They look up for high ground. Pledge's probably not happy about that one. Lawrence is just going to start cranking. He doesn't even look back. He lets his team put them into a frenzy and then goes straight for high ground. Very interesting tactic to go ahead and take height. And you can see the foundation of that base wasn't very solid. That's a good 400 or so mats tossed to the wind there. But it is what it is. They now are maintaining this high ground position here. What are they going to do with it? That's what matters.
Well, they've got to act fast, if anything, or hope that nobody notices them just yet, because they don't have that many materials left to work with. But then again, with the way that things came so quickly to a halt here in this lobby, I'm hearing so many shots being applied. But again, in terms of duos, it's a solo endeavor from H-Cube, and it's going to fall short here as he gets picked up off the low ground. Blue Cow, Fly Carries, Tenleys, so many players just trying to stay at the front side of zone on the low ground.
By the way, HQ had 11 eliminations. Teammate had none. So what in the world kind of clutch was that? I don't know. But Bacon and Gabe, or TK here, on the move right now. This is definitely a top tier duo right here. One that is very much familiar with one another. They can do some damage here. This is where TK normally starts to let loose here. One of our stronger controller players. Bacon gets punished here on the rotate. Meanwhile, King on Expo and Donnie here in the mix. Lawrence and Xanda have secured the high ground here. They've managed to heal up with no material. They are working off enemy bills. This is about as dangerous as it can get. Lawrence, the greed sets in as he thought about jumping down for the mats, but no, lets his guard down just a little bit. and Xanda is now by himself. Xanda got a trade there. That's actually very impressive that he managed to find something, even in that chaos.
But now, look again at the high ground. It's going to be King One Expo. It's overtaking it. A dash from Xanda to attempt to overthrow him, but a futile attempt as he finds himself being eliminated in the process. Click's give me a PC, and Thunder Pump. This might have actually worked out for the best, but no, instead, Xanda actually still holding on. Thought that he'd actually been knocked in the process here, but finds an opportunity to keep thriving. TK and Bacon, though, as a duo, they might be able to close this one out.
I think it's looking good. TK and Bacon are going to full cap right here. I'm actually surprised they didn't actually fully heal. That's just habit kicking in, and he's just going to go for it. Catches him off guard, dashes up. What a well-executed attack right there, and we just called it. TK and Bacon can win a game. They're that dangerous in the end game, and the Qs might have just closed on that win all at the same time there.
Might have actually been gifted that one if you think about where the zone was actually closing in. Having those dashes available to expend is the only reason why we saw TK and Bacon be able to split the focus. Two different angles that they made sure to aggress from, one from the low ground, and then again we saw Bacon go up, challenging on height, and that alone just kind of shows the synergy that this duo is capable of.
And it just well played. It just shows you how much the territory comes into play. So with that, congrats to Bacon and TK. That is wraps. Zeke, take us through what happens next.
We got you covered, Monster D-Face. We've got one game left to go. But as he said, yes, the queues are closed. We'll have one final game from start to finish to see how this all concludes. Because remember, we're playing for semifinals right now. We're trying to make it into the upper bracket or the lower bracket. Otherwise, the FNCS run for Major 2 is done. Now, after that game, Bacon, TK, sick dash up to the high ground there, just kind of disorienting his enemy right in those final few moments, getting the shot out. Kelly, well executed.
Yeah, it was just like Taco was saying. The positioning that they had while they were in the low ground was really prime, just making sure that these players weren't aware where both of them were able to grab a few eliminations as well. And then, of course, going up for height, well, Fear was there by himself, and you can see one player kind of shooting from below here, whereas the other player of TK jumps up from behind and grabs that final elimination. And that was their first victory royale of the day, but as you can see from their points, they've had some pretty good games so far. They've had a second and a third place, but now finishing that all up with a victory royale.
Yeah, and you might be like, oh, well, we've seen TK and Bacon in a couple of those end games, just like Kelly was mentioned. They've been very, very consistent, playing out 7 games and making it to the end game in 6 of them. So shout out to them for making one heck of a run here in Qualifier 2 round 4. But yeah, just ending that game like a minute after queues closed. I think that was their last game.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out, right? Is where there's a couple lobbies still happening, right? That are still coming to that close. We need to make sure all of them are good. We get those final points. We get the final results. See how this all goes. We have a few more highlights prepared for us as we kind of start to wind down, right? With a few of these games, like this one final lobby left to go. I'm sure pressure is on right now. If there is a duo that needs points and they're in that final lobby, they're just thinking we have to hold on as long as possible, Vivid.
Yeah, 100%. Let's check out Lawrence actually popping off in that game as well. You know, had the high ground for that majority of the end game, right? And they really needed this game as well. And honestly, the higher ground control this season, sometimes it's a little bit sketchy because a lot of our teams will be carrying weapons like the DMR or sometimes the SMG, and the range from the higher ground onto other teams, kind of hard to apply the pressure. But as you can see here, Xanda with the assault rifle was able to apply pressure, but not able to hold on to the higher ground as a duo, but still clutching up as a solo.
Yeah, I don't think they're complaining too much about not grabbing this victory royale. 14 eliminations in that second place is definitely going to be pushing them up the leaderboard. But speaking about pushing up the leaderboard, Endgame and Pump steal away first place from Peterbot and Poyo. And the question is, I know that they were at 9 games, but was Peterbot and Poyo able to jump into a final game and potentially claim not only first place, but the record for the most amount of eliminations in the final round of our open qualifiers?
Guys, I am furiously refreshing these standings, okay? I have so many questions because there's so many. No duo currently is at 10 games, okay? So depending on when these players ended, if they're in a game and then the queue's closed, that's it. They can't just jump back into another game, right? So they had to time things correctly. So we very well could see these standings shift one final time. And the problem is we don't know, right? We don't know who's in this last game to see how this all kind of shakes up. So I'm already stressed, bro.
You're stressing me out.
Well,
Sorry.
listen, NA's a little stressed right now, right? We got an EU team over here on NA right now, Paco and Mix, and they're in 23rd place on that leaderboard. And after a pretty decent Qual 1 last weekend, I'm pretty sure they'll be in the upper bracket. So it'll be exciting to see how that one pans out. But if there's any unknowns as to how your guys' favorite players are doing, I've seen a couple of posts already on social media mentioning how their FNCS runs are over. So go make sure you go check out your favorite players' social media.
Yeah, I'm really looking towards the new duos that have formed, like Miro and Dukes, Chubbs Aviv, Quanti Bila, and Noxie and Crisp. I'm excited to see if they're able to pull out a top performance because I know they want to make it into the semifinals.
Stress at an all-time high. I mean, again, and this is, you know, obviously making it a semifinal was a big deal, but again, because there's more spots going to globals available here, this is a really big opportunity for so many of these duos, right? Especially because they just recently formed. This is it. This is like make or break for them, because if they have to take it to major number 3, that window is just that much smaller. So there's just like so much on the line right now, Vivid. Like I'm trying to contextualize for like new people that are maybe just coming in. They're like, what's happening here? What's Fortnite? What's this all about? I'm trying to like get you here. Okay, we're here. Now you see why I'm stressed.
Yeah, I mean, not making it into the grand finals of Major 2, that would hurt, right? Like, there's always a big break for us. I'm always like, oh my gosh, when's FNCS happening? And that's between like grand finals and the start of the next major. Right now, we're in only week 2 of this FNCS. So if you don't make it to the bracket play, you're going to be waiting a long time for Major 3.
Oh, but I don't think we have to wait much longer, do we, Zeke?
We do not. The last game of the day, we're jumping on board. We've got Asian Jeff. We've got Oliver OG. This is a full-length game. Fortnite fam, buckle up. Last one of the day. Here we go.
Here we have it. A lot of games have been playing all throughout the weekend, all throughout the day, but this one right here will boil it all down to update our standings for week number 2. And Taco, once we come out of this, like we said, we get to celebrate who goes to what bracket, who will have a true chance to make their way to the FNCS final stage.
Definitely an exciting thought for sure, particularly for those teams that find themselves locked into that upper bracket side of semis. But for those who wind up in lower, at the very least, it's still an extension of their major life when you boil it all down, MDF, because even though they won't have as many opportunities as those teams in the upper bracket of semis to try and solidify their position for qualing to grands, it's still just another opportunity, one more chance to try and confirm your participation in grands. But I'm just honestly really excited to get back to the set lobby feature. That, to me, is the ultimate prize at the end of these qual weeks, Monster, because it's just such a different viewing experience as well. Teams really will shake things up pretty heavily once it gets to that set lobby aspect.
Oh yeah, that's where we really get to see the effects of upsets. You know, drop teams early in the competition, off-spawn battles, right? Like things really start to get put into the bigger picture, if you will. And every game has that much more significance behind it, as you don't have all the buffer room to work with, as we see kind of in these types of tournament settings. So a couple big names in this round already that we've seen. Asian Jeff, seen Reet, we have Sunetto, Snacky. This is it, their final chances. And do keep in mind, as we jump in with these teams, those points that they have right there, that is all going to, of course, you know, continue to accumulate on top of that. And that'll be what ultimately shakes up the standings.
Well, this is a dead side rotation for the ages. Roller and Crackly just out in the ocean. definitely have enough white heals, though, for this rotation to not deplete them entirely, but certainly a bit of a last lobby strategy, if I do say so myself, Monster.
I was going to say, would not recommend swimming with leather boots on by all means, but King Reed jumps in with the Ritual here, finds a nice set of eliminations there in the highlight, and then they're right into the mix there, run it back one more time. Look how clean that was, and a clutch save as well for Ritual.
One of my favorite things involving Reet today, Muzz actually managed to get a tweet out for it. Somebody actually took the time to construct Reet out of builds in one of the lobbies that happened here today. I truly do think that must have been quite the spectacle for Muzz and Paper to encounter, but Reet's definitely got some fans.
I think it's Clicks giving me a PC. I think he's playing all sides right now. He's just trying to win. That's it, dude. It's my theory.
Imagine. Would be pretty insane, and this is quite the view here from Sprite and Shore. Not sure if there's a team situated in that old Surge Tower, but if there is, again, seeing the Surge Towers in the first place, I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier on today, but Surge strategy is definitely different as far as Chapter 5 Major 2 is concerned. You don't really see too many of your experienced duos, experienced pros opting for the Surge strategy or the Surge Tower strategy strat, and so it's kind of crazy to think that development of the competitive meta and how rapidly it can change season to season.
Yeah, we'll be curious. Like, you see in some titles, you know, games go with no updates for a long time, but the meta somehow manages to shift and change. I find it very interesting how a few of these teams are like slowly picking up these mythics, right? We've seen the chains, see the water bending. This guy's got bolts, you know, in his inventory. Like, it is really cool to see how time goes on, things just shift up just ever so slightly week to week. But take a look at this. Shore and Sprite not looking too hot here. The team that they were fighting, not exactly excited at the fact they were shooting at them, but they do seem to have the advantage right now. A little short. Looks to find a snipe there potentially.
Yeah, Curfew just did not have the HP to work with to kind of extend that escape attempt. Even if he had gone further into zone, it wouldn't have really made much of a difference since he didn't have any white heals available to keep himself up and running. Veer and Freeze, though, kind of poised up, side of this hill face. Good box, window edit peaks. Just got to be careful about face checking for some tags onto other players. Whenever sniper rifles are in the meta, Monster, you never know when you might just find yourself getting turned on.
Yeah, we've seen it earlier when we jumped in with that Clicks and Epic Whale, and I was just hyping up. I don't even know if I was hyping up Epic at that point. He just got bodied. Like,
he wants to forget that happened.
quite savage, to say the least.
Happens to the best of us, though. Always got to be able, an experienced pro like Epic. Those are the kinds of instances where mentally you're not going to see him too shaken up about it. Always going to be able to maintain a really strong mental fortitude and understanding the fact that, hey, you get knocked down once, you can still get back up and, you know, try to turn the tides in your favor.
Here's Irix and Pi on the move right now. Barely above the surge here. Bit of a stat game. 61 a line, not too shabby for a last game. You know, sometimes the last round is really hit or miss. It's like, either you're gonna get the folks that are like, well, I'm just gonna keep this out and call it a day. And then you get a lobby like this where it's like, hey, wait a second. Like, I really, really wanna get this upper bracket locked in, or maybe you just need to do as great as you can to get that lower seat.
No one really seeming to compromise their position. They want to ensure that they get those placement points as maxed out as possible, given the fact that they won't have another lobby to participate in Up in the skies, though, standing on top of the statue of Ares, Willers and Quace just wings of Icarus to make sure that they stay on top of this statue. Quite the base that they have set up here, but all for naught seemingly. Trying to see if they can maybe catch off a team rotating from the dead side of zone, but again, they've also got to make some moves here eventually to go into the next zone themselves. They can't stay locked up at their current position forever.
What's going on? Quace, you can't stay here for much longer, buddy. You gotta get inside.
It's a last lobby strategy, that's for sure.
Little last strategy, last lobby strategy. Catch storm sticking once before it's too late. Look at this replay right here. Tries to jump into the box.
That was Noxie, by the way.
Not work out well.
Unfortunate stuff for Noxie, though. Get eliminated there. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, is Asian Jeff, Oliver OG. Oliver OG actually with 2 eliminations. But the loadout, not exactly what you would want in this current position. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, despite having those 2 elims, they're just barely above that damage threshold. And they know this is their final opportunity of the day to try and confirm semis.
It's a good rotate here from Frantic. But Agent Jeff and Oliver, a team that's not rotating right now. This is looking pretty dicey here. This could be the results for the other pain point in their game today. And someone jumps in the box. Is that a dead even trade?
Honestly, probably one of the most unfortunate circumstances there for Oliver OG, but again, sometimes the exchange is just as even as can be. Meanwhile, Polis and Flix, they've got a decent spot currently, but again, zone pulling just far enough away that they're gonna have to leave their box sooner or later. Not much Berry Fizz left to work with, but Polis, you can see, spotting out some primo loot in the distance. You can tell.
Many times you gotta eye down some loot before you decide if
he wants it so bad, but
you're gonna jump in for it.
Is it free though? That's the question.
Ooh, Snacky and Sentinel set up a little tactic here from the side, leaving the walls open to bait teams into their tarp. Almost catches someone, but not quite. They do have the effects to, of course, rotate with. I like this move here to go around the outskirts, go around the side. Great tag from Snacky. Man, Snacky's really been hitting these snipe shots all day today. Actually impressive.
Sometimes you can just tell when a player is on fire, and Snacky not even taking any sort of chances, checking every single corner on his rotates, and for good reason. Vaga is going to get spotted out and taken out. Goes from some sick sniper shots into the well-placed gatekeeper. And again, that's just going to push Snacky one step further into a nice placement here to finish off the day. But they've got to deal with Reet and Ritual, who are looking like the final bosses of this final lobby here today.
And like we said, here we have it. This is the last ongoing game in the North American server here for qualifier number 2. Snacky and Sonetto being one of the few teams standing. Make that just Snacky at this moment as Sonetto was taken out. Reet and Ritual have the high ground. Creep and Epic Dom have a true chance to potentially take this one as well, as they find this wonderful refresh here, still very much healthy as well. And then that's it. We get to dice up who goes to uppers, who goes to lowers, who has a chance at the finals.
Oh my goodness, poor Snacky, man.
Thanks for the wall.
He can't even use his Fizz though, just now, because of the other player's wall. But
oh my God.
Again, instantly edited. Snacky only gets 20 shield off of that Berry Fizz, but he was initially holding it, not using it, because he didn't want the visual cues to indicate his position from where he was crouched, where he was hiding. Now, a real opportunity to finally expend some of that Berry Fizz, get his shields as maxed out as possible. Reet, though, pretty precarious position. no shield left. Gonna have to expend a shield potion. Does still have 6 splashes to work with, though, as Snacky finds a handful of builds to work with, but only 2 remain, getting blasted from the floors underneath him, and back to 0 builds he goes.
Man, adding vaulting to the game really does change everything. The fact that Snacky was able to just maintain that little bit of height, it's giving him that much more time to stay alive right here. Lands on top of a player, huge tag there, and plays the outskirts. Could farm the rock. He says, nope, I just want to move. Pressure is fully on. An elimination as well. Snacky is still going. Will this be a determining factor for his position in the long haul? We'll just have to find out as he finally cracks 200 here. That's an accolade in its own. But my gosh, what a game Snacky's on right now with 9 total health.
Yeah, who needs a rock when you can get a player instead? But Snacky, he's gonna have to keep stringing together shots like that last one if he wants. Fortunately, zone pulls back in his favor, though. An actual blessing in disguise here. Even though he's working with pre-existing builds that aren't his own, for the most part. Still got a decent tarp layer going through on that low ground. Reet and Ritual now dropped to the low ground as well. And again, it's a nice knock onto Max, but look at Snacky. He's still making it work with 9 HP.
I was gonna say, there's no way he's going in the storm right now and really trying to risk that. Oh, wall's gonna get broken there. Player in front of him almost finds another set of eliminations, but hey, you know what? You played with house money, you got all the way to top 7. That was an incredible run for what it's worth and a clutch up. Reet and Ritual not looking to give this one up right now at all. They want as many points as possible. This is another team that is very much in contention for that same point range right here. Take a look at Ritual. Completely different layer, but working his way through, clearing things out. Meanwhile, Flacco's son is just above them.
You can tell, though, Ritual, Reet, they're definitely feeling a little bit of pressure from the suppressive fire coming from up above, and it's Veer and Freeze who are actually menacing from the high ground. But yeah, as you just pointed out, only 1 build remains here for Veer. Ritual, though, gonna be able to find Flacco in the process. Siphon materials might give him enough builds. Reet still looking to build his way out, but no, Reet gets caught out. Ritual signs a similar fate, and the end shut down just like that, but well played to Veer and his duo. Just full control from the high ground.
Yeah, Veer and Freeze played it very, very well. Although they had a little bit of material, they continued to put the pressure down, which honestly changed the game. They forced all of their opponents down into those lower layers. And hey, man, listen, Reet and Ritual just went on a tear. That is the kind of Reet and Ritual we want to see show up week after week. And if they continue to trend in this direction, I am willing to bet they're going to have quite the performance in the weeks to come. But, you know, again, congratulations to Freeze and Veer there. That's an accolade. Winning a game on the FNCS stages is something that many teams never get to do, Taco.
Yeah, I'm sure they're definitely going to be riding a little bit of the dopamine high after that one. I can't fault them for it. Although, gotta admit, the way that the zone pulled, that natural elevation, definitely playing out in their favor, considering that they were the team that just managed to maintain that high ground, and it made all the difference despite not having as many builds to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, from us here at the desk, Monster and Taco, we thank you guys for, of course, tuning in with us. There's so much more action to come. But first, we need standings, then we'll wrap this weekend up. So, Zeke, take it away.
As I said, big shout outs to the best Taco and Monster D-Face. Thank you guys so much for your cast. Awesome on the day. Now I know what you guys are wanting to know. It's standings. We'll get there. Just give me a second, bro. Wow. The last game of the day. And of course, there's still a lot of questions. Where's everybody placed? But I want to focus here on the winners of this last game. Congratulations to Freeze and Veer. As Monster D-Face also said, you know, a lot of players don't get to get a Victory Royale in these types of settings, right? And so to walk away in that basically last quote unquote game of the day in this setting, that's got to feel really, really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Freeze and Veer winning our final game, and you know, another one of our returning teams from Qualifier 1 as well. So continuing that trend, and honestly, with this performance right here, surely they've secured themselves a spot in that upper bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be close. They got 16th place in the Open Qualifier Round 4 last week, and before that game we just watched, they were in 98th place. Now, obviously, with a victory royale and a ton of eliminations, that's going to shoot them up the leaderboard, but was it enough for that upper bracket? Regardless, they're making it to the semifinals. But another duo that we got to see in that end game there was Reet and Ritual. And you know me, I'm a bit of a fan. I definitely thought that was going to be their win. It wasn't, but they were also a little bit lower down the leaderboard before that game. They were in 87th place. But Reet and Ritual did what they did best, and they just controlled the low ground.
Yeah, listen, it's good to see Reet and Ritual doing good again, right? I was kind of talking with Kelly about this, how, you know, in Major 1, honestly, a lot of people were looking at them as a team that could potentially win it, right? They were playing so well last Major, but with this format, right, it's kind of hard to judge just how good teams are going to do. I feel like we'll get a much more solidified grasp of that when we actually get to the bracket play, right, in a couple of weekends here. But yeah, it's good to see Reet and Ritual still popping up. I know Reet's still kind of grinding in creative, still playing as many zone wars, box fights, everything you can possibly practice. But it's good to see them do well, pull out a second place to end the day as well.
Okay, guys, it's time.
Yeah, we know.
We've got the standings. So we had a couple questions going into this last game. Obviously, the biggest one. I know you guys wanted about Peterbot and Poyo. You know, where were they? They had one more game left to go. They walked in with 97 points. Did they break the record? Did they make it off spawn? Let's take a look at the standings together. Yes, in fact, they did make it off spawn. Not only that, friends, they placed first in their last game. So they got themselves a victory royale. They also got themselves 21 eliminations, which means this is now a new record here in this setting, in this type of lobbies. Peterbot and Poyo have just made a statement, Vivid. They've said, you know what? We're coming for the global championship, and we want an Axe of Champions in semifinals. These guys are going to be so fierce. I don't know who can stop them if they keep up this pace.
118 eliminations is a disgusting number. Kelly, there's even more of a disgusting number that is kind of looming in the air. And it's the individual breakdown of eliminations. Peterbot himself had 85 of those 118 eliminations. I am baffled.
I'm looking down the list of all the other teams, and the next highest amount of eliminations is from Kanata and Cooper with 53, which is respectable.
It's good.
The fact that that's not even half of what Peterbot and Poyo pulled out, and that's not even to mention that Peterbot and Poyo had a pretty rough start. The first 4 games they played, they were eliminated in the mid game, but they don't need even half of their games to show that they are better than the rest of the lobby here. But the big question is, can they do this in set lobbies? And if you're looking to the cash cups, the answer is yes. But we know that the semifinals is a little different than the cash cups. And I'm excited. I can't wait.
I just don't know, man. Just the stats.
I don't know.
Like, you have to understand, if you watch Fortnite and you know Fortnite, you know how ridiculous this is. If you don't watch Fortnite, this is just like a ridiculous amount of points that, like, realistically should not be possible, right? Like, it just shouldn't be. They should not be going this insane. And they've decided sicko mode is the mode we're going to engage today. They are so insanely powerful. And Kelly, I think what we have to focus that you called out is this is a different format, right? When we go into semifinals, we will have set lobbies, right? But I feel like we're going to be putting this duo under a microscope, right? Because we've already seen, even just the last 2 weeks, of like the swinging nature, right? Sometimes, you know, we had 20 games, 10 games per week, and sometimes they go like 5 games deep and then they just drop a 20 elimination game. It's like, whoa, that's so insane. But when we start to get to semifinals and Vivid, even finals, you know, you have to be so much more consistent at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, though, Peterbot and Poyo, from the looks of the games they did quote-unquote bad, it looked like they were just going for eliminations anyhow. So
Fair.
I think when it comes down to those set lobbies, they'll kind of adjust the playstyle. I still think we're going to see a crazy amount of eliminations. I just think they'll do them in a little bit more of a less risky fashion.
That's true. That's true. Although some of the teams that needed to be a little bit riskier today, the new duos that I'm talking about, Aviv and Chubbs, it seemed that this mix-up worked out for them. Currently in 4th place, and that might just shift a little bit because, you know, some games are still rolling in, although they're probably all done. I love to see that, and hopefully in the semifinals it works out for them. I'm not sure if a 4th place, but obviously not playing in week 1 is enough to get into the upper bracket. It should be, though.
Many questions, but that's it from us today. I know some of you are probably going, what the heck? Let's keep talking about this. I want to keep talking about this, but we have to say goodbye. So a couple things before we do say goodbye. First, make sure you guys are locked into social media. We're going to be posting the final standings and all that stuff there, and that'll have the results for all of the regions. So please just make sure you follow the social channels to get the final results on the day. The next big thing is we are now going into a 2-week bye week. So the next time you'll see us is May number 10th. That is when semifinals begins, and then we'll go semifinals the following week, grand finals, more spots to globals, an axe of champions to be handed out. Please follow these guys, Kelly and Vivid, because they're amazing. Please follow MDF and The Best Taco because they're amazing. Fortnite, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for just hanging out with us and talking Fortnite. And it's just so much fun. I mean, wow. As always, we love y'all. Keep yourselves safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.